Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Please, please, please give me some thumbs up that audio and visual is okay and that I'm live. I always appreciate knowing I am actually live. So far in the SandBox, we have Real John Lytham, the True Democratic North, Big Jerry, and Jet. Welcome, welcome. Saw you earlier, Democratic North, in the live stream for the Rational National, who was covering the election of the NDP live. We'll be going over that later on. Okay, I've got some thumbs up. I'm always getting so paranoid now because, you know, you learn from your mistakes, and streaming for an hour and a half to no one. That was a mistake that one time. Okay, more thumbs up. Okay, good. Yeah, so I think for my own sanity, what I'm going to be doing, at least for the foreseeable future, is actually breaking my live streams into two. And starting earlier at 5 o'clock, because, yeah, I want to get into a routine, which means actually like waking up in the morning and doing things that are good for me so that I can be more productive and all that sort of stuff, which means I do need to be done earlier in the evening, because after I'm done streaming, I can't just go straight to bed. I need I need time to just kind of unwind, decompress, that sort of thing. So, you know, if I'm getting done at like 11 o'clock at night, I'm not going to be decompressed by 11:30. And I'll also need time to eat dinner because I don't necessarily eat before my live streams because timing is kind of off. So all of that. And yeah, doing 5-hour long live streams takes a lot out of me. So I figure if I break them into two, the live streams could be like 2.5 to 3 hours long each. That is much more manageable. And it's going to follow a similar process. So on Sundays, it's going to be international news and federal news. And then either Monday or Tuesday, depending on how my schedule is, it will be provincial news and other stories. Things like trans news, other social issues, or stories that don't really fit into the kind of like political government, you know, federal or provincial type category. So, because, yeah, I have some trans news lined up, and there was something else. I haven't sorted out that docket yet, which means it's also less work for me for the day, because I've been at this since 11 o'clock. I've been sitting here since 11 o'clock this morning, working on everything. So I would like to, you know, maybe make it a little bit easier on me by breaking it up a little bit. So tomorrow, I will be streaming tomorrow. My calendar says I can stream tomorrow. So at 5 p.m. tomorrow, I'll be doing provincial and other stories. But tonight, we got breaking news. The federal NDP had their leadership race election. So we'll be going over that. And right before I was streaming, I was just checking Twitter, and oh my God, there are some meltdowns happening that I was like, okay, now I need this tab, and now I need this, and now I need to click this. And so I added like 10 more tabs in like the last 15 minutes of just people being very upset over who the winner was. But we'll be going over that. Yes, John Davis, I am wearing orange, and that was totally not intentional. I was just like, oh, what shirt will I wear this morning? And it totally didn't dawn on me that today was the election for the NDP. And for those who don't know, orange is their color. So, yeah. It wasn't a coordinated attempt It just happened. It just happened. So, yeah. I have been working away that TYT essay. Whew. And tell you what, if I get a bazillion dollars in super chats today, I'll give you guys another sneak peek that I've been working on. But it's getting to the point where I need to work on it. It's not something like before I was struggling to get to it. Now I'm getting upset if I don't have a day to work on it. And so I wasn't really able to do any work on it today. So it bugs me because I've been busy setting up for the live stream. Tomorrow I should be able to work on it for a bit because a lot of the tabs and stuff that I need for the live stream, I've already kind of singled out. So then there's that. Wednesday, I won't be able to necessarily work on it because it's this space on April 1st. What I'm saying is you really, really need to be checking out this space at 4 p.m. Eastern. You need to be if you've never made it to this space before, you need to make it there at 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm telling you, you're not going to want to miss it. So I won't necessarily be able to get a lot of work done on the essay on Wednesday, and it's bugging me. It's bugging me because I want to get a lot of work done. Well, Tuesday I'll be able to get a lot of work done on it. So, because then I also have to, schedule in things like chores, because I get so focused on this and my dishes pile up to the point where it's like, oh crap, now it's going to take me so long to do the dishes and the laundry and all this sort of stuff. Whereas it would make a lot more sense if I did them more frequently so it wouldn't take as long and eat such a big chunk out of the day. But you know how it is. Jet, April Fools, this space? I said it's April 1st. I didn't say anything about April Fools. You're going to want to be there. Oh, it should be fun. It should be a lot of fun. But made it to the gym 4 days last week and I'm feeling good. And so I want to increase it to 4 days a week regularly. I won't necessarily be able to do it next week because Easter Monday, I'll be visiting family. So we'll see. Plus, when there's a holiday during the week, I don't like going to the gym because all the people who don't normally get to go when they would prefer to go because of work weeks and stuff like that, they all pile into the gym on holidays. And so it's way too crowded on a holiday to go to the gym. So I won't be going to the gym on Easter Monday, even though it is open. So yeah, but I am enjoying going back to the gym. I'm feeling better. It's good. It's good. It's good. Oh, the Wild West. Welcome to the SandBox. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Well, there are jokers to the right, that's for sure. Yeah. There are all a bunch of jokers to the right of us. But yeah, there's a lot to go over, even though it's just international and federal news today. Because, yeah, I want the results. If you haven't watched them yet for the federal NDP election, we'll be watching it. And the winner, it's very long-winded, so that's a long video that we'll be going over. But then we'll have a lot of fun with the meltdowns at the end. So why don't I actually get into it so that I'm not here until 11 p.m., which is the goal of starting early and cutting the dockets in half. And again, also, if I get $1 bazillion in super chats, you'll get a sneak peek of the TYT essay that I've been obsessing over. I was just casually catching the Vanguard today. I'm like, oh, okay, so there's something new I need to add. Again, the longer it takes me to do this essay, the longer the essay becomes. I'm like, is this going to turn into a mini series? Because I'm really starting to wonder if I can pull it off by doing it in segments in one weekend. I'm really starting to wonder that. I won't know until everything is kind of in order and I have the initial script done. as to an estimate as to how long it's going to be, all I can say right now is at a very bare minimum, we're looking at 6 hours of content. I just think I'm fucking insane is what I am. I am just insane. So a lot of it is clips though, so it's not necessarily going to be hard on me for script. Like it still will be a challenge. And I'm going to have to do like multiple shootings even for one of the essays. But it's going to be long, and I'm just like, if each segment is 4 hours and I split it over 3 days, that's too long. So I really need to evaluate it when I'm done getting everything in order. It's like, do I just make it into a mini series, you know? But yeah, it's oh, I have some receipts. Oh boy, the things that I come across serendipitously. That's not how you say the word, but that's how I said it. But why don't we get into it? Because it's really shitty news to begin with. And I'm in a bubbly mood. And this is just going to knock the bubble out of me. It's just going to pop that bubble. Because international news really kind of sucks right now. And I kind of just want to like power through it to get it done so that we can move on to some of the more fun stuff. Just, you know, the results of the NDP election. Because this first bit is just really, really bad. It's really, really bad. International news, it's always really bad, apparently, these days. So why don't we just dive into it? Let's see, will this pull up? If I click on that first, will this pull up? No, you're not in the right... Oops, nope, not that. Me share news. Where is it? You know, I try to be fancy with this, and then it does, and it goes in and it messes me all up. Wait a sec, I fixed that earlier. Just a second. There we go. There's been all these updates and stuff that it's driving me crazy with some things that's like, I didn't change that, and then it's changed. Let me just check. Okay, you're not seeing the window pop up. That's good. When I hover over things, you're not seeing that. Okay, okay. And so you shouldn't be able to see this. Nope. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, so we're starting off with some really, really shitty news because talking international news and international news, really bad. It's really bad. So Ryan Grimm has tweeted out, Reuters confirmed why I've been saying the U.S. has been allowing fuel into Cuban private businesses like foreign operated hotels, but barring it from hospitals and other publicly run institutions. I'm sure that the New York Times and the Free Press, which produce entire articles about Hassan Piker's hotel, will do a follow-up. Because here we have an exclusive from Reuters that the U.S. has ramped up fuel exports to Cuba's private sector. How insanely barbaric is it to send fuel to private businesses, private hotels that are in favor of the U.S. to help them stay afloat while denying it to hospitals? I just, you don't want to say certain things too soon, but I have a really dark prediction of what's happening here. And if Donald Trump and the US government isn't put in check with everything that they're doing, it's leading to genocide. Because I think last week I was showing people there's old articles from what was happening in Gaza. You know, like Gaza was an open air prison with things that were restricted access in and out of supplies of people and stuff like that. And the United States has been doing that to Cuba for a long, long time. And that kind of erodes the foundation of it until something happens when finally they see it as justification to actually go in and do what they want, which is to wipe out everyone. And part of the access was also access to power. So Israel regularly cut off access to power to the people in Gaza. And so they had to have their schedules work around when they thought power might be on and things of that sort. And that's what they're having to do in Cuba now. And so I'm seeing the same, what's the word? Like the same steps. That's not the word that I'm looking for. But it's the same, no, it's not following. Oh, God damn it. The same manual as what Israel was doing. The same trail. Oh, fuck. Something like that. You know what I mean. I'm seeing that happening with Cuba. And I'm worried. I'm really, really worried. But the fact that we can have like such a depraved people in power, that they would deny hospitals fuel while giving it to, capitalist enterprises because they want to see a communist country tank. Because everyone will blame the failings on Cuba. Oh, well, it's their communist government. No, it's been the United States and what they've been doing. It's kind of like, people saying, well, Gaza failed and they got Hamas in. That's because of what Israel was doing to Gaza. All of that was a response to what Israel was doing to Gaza. And so I'm just very, very worried because then you have things like this. Pentagon reveals attack in Latin America are just the beginning. With Operation Total Extermination and Trump's threats against Cuba, expect more U.S. military strikes in the region. Now, I can't read the article because they want my freaking email, which I'm not going to give them, the intercept, sorry. But I do get to see the first couple paragraphs before it completely fades out. So as the Trump administration continues to bomb Iran, a top Pentagon official revealed that U.S. wars in Western Hemisphere are also expanding, unveiling an effort dubbed Operation Total Extermination. So it's, it's things like this that makes me worried that the U.S. is going towards a genocide in Cuba or other South American countries. It's not like the U.S. hasn't been involved with them before. The U.S. is responsible for multiple genocides of the First Nations people, indigenous peoples. They've helped out in other genocides around the world. So it's not like this is above them. This is what they do. They've been doing this for centuries. As long as the United States has been a nation, they've participated in this sort of things. And so when you have a country as powerful as the United States putting Cuba under siege, restricting in goods, people, power, supplies, all of that, restricting power, and then having efforts dubbed Operation Total Extermination, it gets me kind of suspicious that it's leading towards a genocide. And I think a lot of people don't want to accept that at this point, but it's much like with Israel and Gaza. Israel will only stop what they're doing when they've achieved their goals, or if the other nations crack down on them to make them stop, force them to stop. The same thing is going to happen here. So unless the other nations force the U.S. to stop what they're doing, they're going to keep on doing it until they achieve their goals. So attacks on Latin American drug cartels are just the beginning. Joseph Hermai, the acting assistant secretary of War, Homeland Defense, and American Security Affairs, told members of the House Armed Services Committee last week. Hermione indicated that many more strikes in Latin America are on the horizon. The comments came a day after President Donald Trump again teased American annexation of Cuba. I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba, Trump said last week. Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want. Hermione announced that the Department of War supported a bilateral kinetic action against cartel targets along the Colombian-Ecuador border. And then I can't read anymore. Intercept. But if you watch Democracy Now!, you'll also see that the United States has done targeted attacks now on land. So it's not just the boats, the Venezuelan boats and things of that sort. They've also done targeted attacks on land. This is not looking good. And so here we also have breaking. Canada says condemns Israel's plan to occupy territory in southern Lebanon. Yes, Canada condemns Israel's plans. They do, But as the Serfs point out, every single Canadian politician except for 15 Liberals and the NDP and the Greens voted against stopping shipping weapons to Israel a few weeks ago. So, Canada, you condemn it, do ya? What you gonna do about it? Anything? Anything? It's wild, because we'll get into more of what, Mark Carney and Anita Anand are upset about. But do you know something that they've never commented on? Something that they show no outrage over? That they don't seem to care at all? Are horrific things like this. So this is from Jeremy Corbyn. A toddler in Gaza released from Israeli custody has been returned to his family with suspected torture wounds. Read that again.
A toddler in Gaza released from Israeli custody has been returned to his family with suspected torture wounds. Jawad Abu Nassar was detained alongside his father by Israeli forces, and he was held for 10 hours. Doctors who then examined the 21-month-old say that wounds on his legs were consistent with cigarette burns and signs of torture. The Israeli military denies abusing the child and says that his father, who remains missing, was a Hamas member who used him as a human shield. It has not publicly provided evidence to support that claim.
Yeah, so I've been seeing reports that they basically tortured this toddler to get a false confession out of his father. Absolutely barbaric. And if you go on to Twitter, there's images of the burn marks on this toddler. But, you don't see Mark Carney or Anita Anand saying anything about that. Also this, from Sky News again, Palestinian teenager was starved in prison before death, judge rules. An investigation into the death of Walid Ahmed, 17, was closed by an Israeli judge, according to a newly unsealed ruling. A Palestinian teenager was starved in an Israeli prison before his death. So according to a newly unsealed court decision, the judge said it was clear 17-year-old Walid Ahmed was starved, but the cause of death was undeterminable. The case drew attention as he was the first Palestinian under 18 to die in Israeli detention, Palestinian officials said. Stop right there. There's been a lot of children who have died, most likely. It's just not being reported because Israel regularly kidnaps and holds hostage Palestinians not guilty of any crimes. And a lot of those are children. And they undergo severe amounts of abuse. I would be fairly confident in saying that this is hardly the first child to die in their custody. Ahmed, described by his family as a healthy teenager, spent 6 months in Israel's Megiddo prison before collapsing in March 2025. His family say he was arrested at his home in the occupied West Bank town of Silwald during a pre-dawn raid in September 2024 for allegedly throwing stones at soldiers. And in the West Bank, if you're Palestinian, that gives you the death penalty. An autopsy did not establish a single definitive cause of death, but starvation was likely to be the leading cause, according to a report of an Israeli doctor who observed the procedure. Dr. Daniel Solomon also noted that the team was suffering from extreme malnutrition and showed signs of scabies. In the now unsealed ruling, first published in Israeli daily newspaper Haaretz, the Israeli judge supervising the investigation ordered that the probe be halted in December. The judge said evidence of immense starvation did not prove the cause of death. I think it's one of those things, like, even if it wasn't the actual cause, it probably led to it. You know, it was part of it, kind of like how a lot of Zionists want to dismiss some of the deaths of children in Gaza by saying, well, they had pre-existing conditions, and so the starvation, you know, that wasn't the cause. It was the other pre-existing conditions where it's like, well, also, if you weren't starving them, they probably would still be alive. But speaking of death penalty in these prisons, from Quds News Network, breaking the Israeli Knesset National Security Committee approves a proposed death penalty law against Palestinian detainees, advancing to the second and third readings ahead of a final vote expected next week. The bill makes capital punishment mandatory without requiring unanimous judicial approval, mandates execution by hanging through the Israeli prison service, sets implementation within 90 days of sentencing, and removes any possibility of pardon. Yeah, so a child convicted of throwing stones can get the death penalty legally once they're done, once they get what they want. Absolutely horrific. And meanwhile, what is Canada doing? You know, instead of like sanctions or condoning, what is Canada doing about all the horrors that's happening there? Well, we're restricting Palestinians from coming to the country. You know, it's not the first time that they were quick to the jump to deny entry to certain people, because NECAP was denied entry. Other, you know, officials and pro-Palestinian people are quite often denied entry. But, you know, if there's a former IDF soldier wanting to come in to go on campus tour to, you know, not talk up, but, you know, prop up the Israeli government, that's allowed. That's allowed. So this is from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, saying, we are outraged to learn Canada has banned Rima Haas, member of the European Parliament for France, from entering the country ahead of her public talks on opposing fascism and liberating Palestine. Yeah, can't allow anyone in who would speak on opposing fascism. It's a very fascist move. In justifying its sudden reversal, Canada has cited the fact that apartheid Israel had blocked her delegation from European MEPs from entering its territory last year, and due to complaints made against her political advocacy. This follows a campaign by Israeli diplomats and the pro-Israel lobby who push for the ban. This indicates Canada has decided to endorse Israel's accusations against a Palestinian refugee and European lawmaker. Instead of upholding its own laws, Canada is acting as an extension of Israel's apartheid system. We urge authorities to rescind this decision and explain its arbitrary act of censorship against a European official. Okay, here's the translation from Rima. I was prevented from traveling to Canada, a troubling impediment to parliamentary action and freedom of expression. Nevertheless, I will ensure that my 2 conferences take place remotely on Monday and Tuesday evenings, which will provide me with an opportunity to speak out on this attempt at censorship, which is good. Again, it's very interesting who the government will and won't allow into the country. It's very, very biased. And even in the case of NECAP, it was shown that It was done by one person without like permission and all this other stuff. Yeah. All right, let's see. Go do this. One of these days, I'll figure out a better process. I will figure out a better process for this one of these days. One of these days. There we go. Okay. You're like, what? Well, some of you know what I'm doing right now. There we go. Thank you so much, the True Denim Craig North, for the $1 super chat. Really appreciate it. It's everyone's support here that makes all of this possible, and I couldn't be doing this without everyone's support. So I really, really appreciate that. And back to the news. There we go. Yeah, so it was shown like in the case of Kneecap, it was like one government official, he just did it without approval or anything of that sort. So this again is it's very troubling that the government is preventing people who would speak out against fascism from entering the country. Like the reality is, if I wasn't a citizen here and lived here and was born here, if I was trying to travel to this country, I wouldn't be allowed in. But here, Mark Carney is showing condolences. Condolences, he says. So Canada shares its condolences with the UAE following the latest Iranian attack that took the lives of 2 civilians in Abu Dhabi. We strongly condemn Iran's unprovoked. Really? Unprovoked attacks on the UAE and across the region, and reiterate the importance of opening secure access through the Strait of Hormuz. Canada supports efforts to safeguard international shipping and ensure freedom of navigation. Hey, Mark, you know that the United States and Israel attacked Iran, and on the first day of that attack, they did a double tap on a school, killing over 150 children. And they have continued to bomb the infrastructure. There was one bombing that shot up black smoke that actually caused it to rain toxic tar-like substances, which will affect the lives of millions of people. Nothing Iran does at this point is unprovoked. Again, I don't want to see like a terrorist attack on American, Canadian soil or anything from Iranian sources. But if it happens, I'm blaming the US and Canadian government. The audacity of saying it's unprovoked, because we'll get to how it was completely unprovoked in just a moment. Note the sarcasm with that phrase. Because here's Anita Anand also, and somebody just saying to her, do you think Canadians are stupid? You're advocate it for protection of civilians in Iran by sending arms to Israel, not acknowledging or condemning the 600 schools, hospitals, bridges, apartments, complexes, villages that Israel and Trump have demolished in Iran. And so, yeah, this is our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anita Anand, saying Canada will continue to advocate for the protection of civilian lives and civilian infrastructure, the rights of the Iranian people, and stability across the Middle East. Today, I announce additional sanctions against 5 individuals and 4 entities supporting the IRGC to take concrete action against those undermining regional security. In other words, there's going to be more sanctions against Iran. No sanctions against the United States. No sanctions against Israel for what they're doing, but more against Iran. Again, I don't know why people, think, we aren't clued in. The IRGC, horrific organization, terrorists. They were horrible to the people. We can all acknowledge that, but we can also acknowledge what the U.S. and Israel is doing is wrong. So here's what she had to say about this.
Let me discuss the here and now.
Yeah.
Civilians' risks of life is very serious, and civilian infrastructure also needs to be protected. And Canada will continue to advocate for the protection of civilian lives, the rights of the Iranian people, and the stability regionally across the Middle East. But let me discuss the...
Oh, really? Well, here's the announcement here. So Minister Anand announces additional sanctions against Iran. Yeah. Because Iran had the gall to hit back. Again, nothing Iran has done at this point has been unprovoked. For the past bunch of years, when Trump has initiated attacks on them, Iran has actually been very measured in its responses. They've been very reserved in their responses. They've held back a lot and have taken a lot of abuse. Targeted assassinations, bombings, all this sort of stuff. The only reason why we haven't gone to like a massive world war already is because of the restraint Iran has had. Again, horrible government. You don't need to argue that to me. I acknowledge that. Horrible to the people, human rights abuses, all of that. But to sanction them because they decided to hit back against what the United States and Israel's doing, instead of sanctioning the people who instigated this, God, it's so shameful to be part of this country sometimes. To have such feckless leadership. When I get to the federal docket and we start talking about the NDP, hopefully that might be leading to some progress on this. But this liberal government, I tell you, it's shit, absolute shit. So this is the release. So today, the less than honorable Anita Anand, Minister of Foreign Affairs, announced that Canada is imposing additional sanctions against 5 individuals and 4 entities under the Special Economics Measure regulations. These sanctions target Iranian business people and companies directly involved in the procurement network that produce and supply sophisticated technology supporting the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, weapons productions, and transfers. Meanwhile, nothing about the weapons that we're sending to Israel for Israel to commit massive terrorist attacks. The transfer by the Islamic Republic of Iran of arms, drones, and technology to malign actors such as Iran's proxy networks in Russia for the use in war and aggression against Ukraine fuels armed conflict, threatens the sovereignty of other states, and violates international norms. Norms set by who? These measures send a clear and unequivocal message. Canada will impose consequences on those who contribute to Iran's destabilizing activities and will not tolerate actions that undermine regional and international peace and security. This would have a lot more different connotation if you just said Canada will impose consequences on those who contribute to destabilizing activities and will not tolerate actions that undermine regional and international peace and security. Because then that would apply to Israel. But you had to put in Iran because, Iran can't do anything. Israel can't do anything bad, but Iran standing up for itself. It's all wrong. It's all wrong. Canada will continue concrete action to counter Iran's destabilizing activities, uphold international law, and stand with the Iranian people as they seek freedom, dignity, and respect for their human rights. Yeah. So let's see some of this in just a second. Here we go. Boop. Okay. I really need to figure out a quicker way of doing this. There we go. Thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 super chat. Hopefully this brings a smile. Thank you. Super appreciate it. Oh, and we have Old Grease. Wow, 10 Left of the Box gift memberships? That is super, super generous of you. Thank you so much. People who just got a membership, give a nice thanks to Old Grease. I still want to call you Old Geese. It's a Canadian thing, I think. So let's see who is not being condemned, because we have here Haaretz pointing out IDF strikes over 100 medical facilities in Lebanon, kill 40 medical workers, health minister says. And Amir here is pointing out 1 bombed hospital might be a horrible mistake. 2 bombed hospitals are undeniably crimes against humanity. More than 100 bombed hospitals in the work of the most effective and barbaric terrorist organization in the world has ever seen is the work. Yeah. Democracy Now! Has also been covering this. You're not seeing Mark Carney or Anita Anand condemning this. No, of course not. Iran gets sanctions, but you know, this attack on Lebanon, I'm surprised they haven't put sanctions on Lebanon yet, because I guess Lebanon maybe doesn't have the same amount of military power to fight back the same way Iran does. So Ryan Grimm also saying, last night Israel deliberately killed at least 3 journalists and also struck a van of 5 medics, killing them all. This comes as their forces are getting ambushed by Hezbollah semi-regularly on the ground. Killing medics and journalists from the air is safer and likely connected to the battlefield losses. Deprived, cowardly, mechanical, and the threat to civilization. And this is from Suppressed News. Breaking: Israel just published footage of a strike targeting assassinating journalists Ali and Fatima in southern Lebanon. And this looks a lot like the strikes the U.S. has been doing on Venezuelan boats. And the attacks that they've now been doing on land. Targeted attacks on journalists is a war crime. You're not seeing Mark Carney or Anita Anand condemning that. And apparently Israel just openly boasted about targeting journalists in South Lebanon. So apparently Fatima survived the initial attack, got out, and the drones made sure to eliminate her. Also, there's this from the serfs. Rule-based international order is dead silent. And Israel just released footage of last night's attack in South Lebanon, where they demolished an entire town. After getting away with genocide, Israel is emboldened and openly bragging about their war crimes. They are stealing South Lebanon right now, and no one is stopping them. Absolutely horrific. And we're not seeing any sort of condemnation from Mark Carney or Anita Anand. Now this here, I threw in this because the media, social media, has a certain way about censoring how this news is covered. Because when I'm doing a lot of my Twittering, I'm in this account, my Sandy Lovis account, because that was my initial Twitter account. That has the algorithms down. I find most of my news articles and stuff. But then when I do these live streams, I switch over to my Left of the Box account. I make sure to like all of these so that it can really start to build up that algorithm in my Left of the Box account. But when I was in my Sandy Lovis account, you see, my Sandy Lovis account doesn't have a birth date in it. It doesn't. And that means that some content will get censored as age restricted. This here was age restricted. And so Owen Jones had tweeted out, "I've just returned from Havana. It was inspiring to see so many people from all over the world delivering crucial aid, but watching an entire society being suffocated by a brutal U.S. siege was horrifying and infuriating. Video out soon." And yes, he's going to be releasing a video about Cuba. And so because I have alert notices for Owen, it pops up and, Twitter's slightly broken. So as long as I'm just looking at the initial screen, I can see what he was quote tweeting. But as soon as I try to click on it, it went to age restricted. So what was age restricted for me? This is age restricted content on Twitter. Boxes of aid arrive in Havana, the first in more than 20 tons sent by 120 organizations from 33 countries. Age restricted. This. Showing boxes of aid going to Cuba. Twitter has age restricted this. YouTube is also a mess right now. I got a notification saying that I have to invite my parents to my YouTube page so that they can monitor me. When I questioned YouTube about it on Twitter, they said, for age verification in the US, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm also Canadian. And the age entered into my YouTube accounts is well over 18. It's absolutely ridiculous that it's come to this extent. But Wab Kinew, he is the NDP leader for the province of Manitoba. He had a statement. So this weekend, and we'll be getting into it in the next docket, was the NDP federal convention where they were electing a leader. And so as is with all conventions, it's a few days long. They vote on different policies and stuff, but they also have different speakers. And Wab Kinew, since he's leader of the Manitoba NDP, and this was being held in Winnipeg, it only made sense. It made a lot of sense that he would be speaking there. And he said something that was 100% true. Now, I do have a lot of disagreements with Wab Kinew. I've been very disappointed in him in some aspects. Like when he praised Charlie Kirk after he died, how friendly he is with the police and the RCMP. Those are all massive red flags for me. But he also has done a lot of good. And I have covered it when he's done a lot of good. I also, mention when he's done the shady things. Well, this is a lot of good. This is one of the a lot of good parts. And so Wab Kinew says, "Let the Epstein class fight the Epstein war. No Canadian should be put in harm's way for this thing, and no American kid either." Because right now, the Canadian federal government has been very wishy-washy. I think that's the first time I've ever used that phrase on this channel. Wishy-washy when it comes to whether we will be putting boots on the ground if the United States does. I strongly suspect that is the case. I have no faith in Mark Carney that he won't go hand in hand with the United States, that he won't just team right up and head out. So Wab Kinew is making a statement about it.
Let the Epstein class fight the Epstein war. Not a single Canadian should ever be put in harm's way to try and defend Donald Trump's foolish Iranian war. And I'll go a step further, and I'll say no American either. No American child from the blue collar or the middle class should have to die in Iran. Let the Epstein class fight the Epstein war.
Yeah. You see, there'd be a lot fewer wars in this world if the Epstein class were the ones that had to fight it. If their lives were actually put on the line as opposed to in ways of being benefited by it through the, the military industrial complex. But if it was their kids' lives on the line, there'd be a lot less wars in this world. So what he said, yeah, it's true. And I imagine that most people here have heard the term Epstein class at this point. And what that is referring to is the millionaire, billionaires, and very, very privileged people that were in the circle of Epstein. And they are horrible, horrible people. And they're in control of a lot of our media, social media, government officials, all of that. Horrible, horrible. And they've been basically designated as a class at this point. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it was also a way of pointing out, just a certain subgroup of the elites, a certain subgroup of the privileged people that are monsters. And so this is what he said. Now, 2 types of people got really offended by this. Like really, really offended by this. Like to me, there's nothing offensive about what he said, because I am not part of the Epstein class and I condemn the Epstein class. All of them should be arrested and put on trial. All of them. I don't care what all of them should be arrested and put on trial. So I have no issue with what he said, but 2 types of people seem to have issues with what Wab Kinew said. And the first one being Zionists. Selena Robinson, I had featured her on my channel long ago. She used to be an NDP MLA in BC until she made some really horrible comments about Palestinians. So she is massive Zionist. She had to step down from her position and all that sort of stuff because of the backlash, the well-deserved backlash and whatnot. But Jeremy Apple is just pointing out, conflating the Epstein class with Jewish people writ large, as Selena Robinson does here, is deeply anti-Semitic. So Selena Robinson said, I am stunned, I say, that Wab Kinew would use code words for Jews. In this way, shame on him, shame on the NDP, who are no longer hiding their anti-Semitism. Shame. I will second this. If you hear Epstein class and you immediately conflate that with Jewish people, you're the one who's being anti-Semitic. Because I tell you, a lot, I'd say probably even most of the people in the Epstein class were not Jewish. A lot of them, probably most of them, were Zionists, though. But there's a difference. And this Zionist here saying, that's just code words for Jews when you say Epstein class. That is anti-Semitic. She wasn't done. She had more to say. So here's more from Selena Robinson when she quote tweeted Wab Kinew. What happened to the Wab Kinew who was sensitive to racism and anti-Semitism? Let the Epstein class fight the Epstein war? What the fuck? Do you know this is code for Jew, right? Do you know that this is code word for Jews? The NDP and the BC NDP and the NDP Manitoba have lost their way. The Jew hate is real, I say. That's in your head. And as Jake here is saying, why the fuck would you mentally associate Jeffrey Epstein with being a Jew? You're calling other people anti-Semitic, yet you publicly conflate these things in a way which is extremely dangerous for our people. Yeah. So that is the first group of people who were really, really offended by what Wab Kinew had to say. And I need to do this quickly because I need to back up a tweet here so I don't spoil the surprise in this. But here's the next type of person that was really offended by Wab Kinew. So Jason Kenney, Carney, who used to be premier of Alberta. It's not going to shock you. He was conservative. He says, I'll be generous by assuming this line came from a speechwriter and that the premier didn't know that it's verbatim Iranian regime propaganda while he uses an anti-Semitic dog whistle. That is a whole lot of racism put into one sentence. This is... Calling people the Epstein class is now suddenly part of the Iranian regime propaganda? No, we were referring to the Epstein class well before Israel and the United States decided to, invade Iran. But it's also not an anti-Semitic dog whistle to say the Epstein class. Let's go on. But he degrades himself and his office by turning the murderous nature and genocidal intent of the Islamic Republic into a cheap political punchline. Again, Iran, lots of things bad with it. I don't think they were ever intent on genocide, whereas, Israel is currently committing one. But I don't think there was anything in Iran's history even of indicating that they were interested in doing a genocide. Again, Israel actively committing one. So, does he think the regime's advanced efforts to build nuclear weapons and use them to turn the little Satan Israel into a ball of fire is a joke? Israel has nukes, right? Does he understand the regime is detested by overwhelmingly majority of the Iranian people who desperately hope that this military campaign will accelerate the end of the mullah's reign of terror? It might have been a majority didn't like it before, but I would have to see the numbers on that. But the thing is that when a country is being attacked, regardless of how shitty the government is, if the government actually makes a stand and fights back, it causes the people to coalesce, It's kind of like how here in Canada, when Donald Trump was threatening to invade us and all that sort of stuff, it really was a unifying factor. Conservatives who were Maple MAGA before were suddenly like, no, this is not good. And they all started to rally behind Mark Carney, even if they weren't pretend liberals. Mark Carney is definitely right wing. But it was a unifying factor between segments of the population that normally wouldn't have gotten along. And so if you are being bombed and your government, as shitty as it might be, is actually doing things to fight back, it's going to unify the people. But he continues. Does he have zero understanding of the decades of violence and terror spread by the regime's proxies around the world, from the hundreds of thousands murdered by the Iranian-backed Assad regime to the decades of violent Jew hatred of Hamas and Hezbollah? I'm a terrible speller, but did he spell that wrong? Isn't that an E? Supposed to be an E? Instead of his, it's supposed to be Hezbollah, not Hezbollah. Again, I can't really knock people for being shitty spellers because I'm the worst at spelling. But, I also am dyslexic, so I have an excuse. But yeah, the United States and Israel have also been doing decades of violence and terror around the world, far, far more than Iran. Because, again, all the faults of their government, they haven't gone around attacking other nations. Does he think it is a mere distraction to stop Iran from building 100 ballistic missiles every month, some with the range that can strike Europe? Well, you'd be on board with it if Iran was just selling those weapons to Israel to use on like Palestinians, then you'd be okay with it. I've had high regard for Premier Canoe despite our political differences. I'd like a fact check on that one. I hope this was just a momentary lapse in judgment, but I fear it reflects the Canadians' left brain dead embrace of even the worst regimes if they opposed by Israel and the United States. Now, why am I saying this is the second category of people who was really upset with what he said? Back up a post here. Jeremy Apple says, Kenny's good buddy, John Braid, is in the Epstein files. You don't say. So the two groups of people that were really pissed off with what Wab Canoe said are Zionists and people who are somehow associated by 1 or 2 degrees with the Epstein files. Methinks you're telling on yourself. But Wab Canoe, he didn't back down. No. He didn't back down. He didn't apologize for it. And good on him. So Wab Canoe defends his use of Epstein class, and I don't need to read that because he'll say it.
You used a term in your opening remarks, Epstein class. I don't think there was any intention there, but folks have pointed out that in some
Oh, no, there was intention there, just not the intention that people are applying to it.
circles, it's been construed as an anti-Jewish dog whistle. Have you read those concerns? Have you looked into those concerns? And will you continue using that term Epstein class in future remarks?
Let me be absolutely clear. When I say the Epstein class should fight the Epstein war, I'm attacking Donald Trump.
You're not talking about
I'm attacking Jeff Bezos. I'm attacking Mark Zuckerberg. I'm attacking Jeffrey Epstein. I'm attacking Sam Altman. I'm attacking all of these folks who have articulated progressive views and yet bow down in the face of extraordinarily damaging politics today. And you tell me, why is the greatest military in the world at war without a reason that they can explain, without an exit strategy, and asking their allies who they've been insulting for the past year for help getting them out of danger? Because they went to war to distract from a domestic political problem. So this is all facts. Everybody out there knows that this is true. Every single person who sees this on social or video knows that this is true. And yet, for whatever reason, we can't talk about it in the public sphere. Like, I guarantee you won't report this. All the major mainstream outlets won't report this comment right here. Why is that? Something is true. Everybody knows it. Everybody's paying 70 cents more per liter per gasoline because of this nonsense in America. And yet, none of us are allowed to talk about this in the public sphere.
Yeah, because this is CPAC. It's not like reporters. They just document the government and what they say.
That doesn't make anything. That doesn't make any kind of sense.
So I'm glad he doubled down on it. He didn't back away from the comment, which is good. Now, I did kind of want to finish this off with a little bit of better stuff. So there's this here. So Rabbi David has just said, quote tweeting the National Post. So the National Post is a right-wing rag. We all know that here. And they're upset about this, but 8 Canadian Jewish organizations have been delisted as charities, often following pressure campaigns from anti-Israel activists. And Rabbi David is just like, yep, we did that. Our campaigns were necessary to get the Canadian Revenue Agency to do its job and enforce Canadian tax regulations with regard to Zionist organizations sending tens of millions of taxpayer-subsidized dollars to violent illegal settlers in Israel. We're still working on the others. Good. Good, I say, good. Now, David also pointed this out. because he quote tweeted this. Kevin here is saying, tolerating intolerance is not virtuous, it's suicidal. In Canada, we have more synagogues desecrated, burned, shot at than in any other country. Our Canada leaders must act. The primary responsibility of any government is first and foremost to protect Canadians. Persecute the perpetrators of hate to the fullest extent of the law, root out extremist ideologies from institutions, deport the 700 plus IRGC agents who are members of a designated terrorist group. Yes, he is a former member of parliament here. But Rabbi David is just pointing out, no one has shared any facts about who shot at empty synagogue buildings. Yes. There has been shootings at Jewish schools and Jewish synagogues at a time when they were closed and nobody was in them. Still, I'm not saying that's a good thing by any stretch of the imagination. Bad, don't do it. But nobody was hurt. The outrage over property. Well. So he continues, it's getting really tiring having to point out that every time some Zionist sycophant uses this to distract from Israel's mass murder and elimination of entire communities of our fellow humans. And, it's things like this that made this video that hopefully won't get me copywritten stricken here really struck a chord. It really struck a chord with me, this video, because there's so much outrage at empty buildings being damaged than, the weapons that Canada is sending to Israel to inflict a genocide. All of that stuff, all of the stuff that we just talked about in this federal docket. They're more outraged over empty buildings than they are about the atrocities being committed by our government with the help of our government, type thing. And so when I saw this little video, it resonated with me hard.
Did you hear about the latest war crime?
Yes, yesterday, Israel.
And hopefully, like I said, it's from Instagram. There's no music on it, so hopefully it doesn't get me in trouble.
Bombing displaced and crowded Palestinians living in tents. It was fucking horrible.
No, the other one.
You mean the baby that was tortured by the IOF for 10 hours in front of his detained father?
No, the one that just happened.
That did just happen. Oh, do you mean the illegal Israeli settlers that placed large rocks in front of ambulances to prevent them from reaching injured Palestinians while at the same time burning their homes and their cars in the West Bank? That one?
No. The agonizing one.
Oh, do you mean the poor 14-year-old boy, Tamer Baraka, that the IOF shot at and killed in the civilian vehicle he was in?
Marianella, think horrific crime.
Oh my God, yes, of course. Are you talking about the family in the West Bank? They were driving back from Ramadan shopping and the IOF unloaded several rounds into their car, killing the mother, father, the 5 and the 7-year-old child with special needs, only leaving the 8 and the 11-year-old brother alive?
No, Marianella.
Wait, do you mean Mohammed, the Syrian refugee in Lebanon, whose entire family was killed, including both of his parents in an Israeli strike? That one?
Jesus fuck! No! The really horrific crime!
I mean, they're all pretty fucking horrible. Are you talking about the beautiful family in Lebanon that was recently killed in the US-Israeli strike?
Oh my God.
The daughter of the Palestinian journalist who said goodbye to her mother who was murdered by Israel in her displaced tent on International Women's Day? That one?
God, do you even read the fucking news?
Yeah, no, not really. Do you mean the other Israeli strike that killed the 13-year-old and the 30-year-old woman?
No. Think big, horrific!
Oh, the massive fires in Iran after the US and Israel bombed multiple oil depots that turned the air toxic, causing serious health issues for millions of residents in Tehran.
And it is just so beyond disturbing that she has so many examples of what current horrific crimes could be.
The ecocide? Was it the recent Israeli strike that leveled the residential building in Beirut, killing everyone inside?
I'm talking about a massive war crime!
Okay, it has to be the 498 schools and 281 medical facilities bombed by the US and Israel in Iran.
A massive war crime! No!
Israel bombing the main coastal bridge in Lebanon, cutting off the south from the rest of Lebanon. Or wait. Israel bombing the emergency treatment center in southern Lebanon, killing 12 medical staff?
Fuck's sake, the ambulances that were burned to bits! It was all over the news! The entire world knows!
Oh, you mean the deadly Israeli attack that killed 15 paramedics last year? The one where the IOF later buried the ambulances? That one?
It just happened!
Where? In Israel?
No! In London! They burned 3.25 ambulances!
Don't.
Jewish ambulances! Cars, vehicles burned! Do you know how horrible? What, don't you have a heart? What is wrong with you? Don't you know what terrorism is?
Who was in them?
No one. Sorry. Don't you get it? Actually fucking burned vehicles, Marianella. Don't you have a heart? It's horrible. It's terrorism.
You mean arson?
Ah.
Is arson the world headline?
You're just an anti-Semite, Nilla. Of course.
So much sabr.
I kind of feel that in my core right now, especially when I hear or I see the news headlines over a Jewish school was shot at in the middle of the night when nobody was in it and nobody was harmed. But all of those atrocities that we just heard, or Canada's involvement with it, we don't really get seen covered. Yeah, that one, whew, it hit me right there. That one, I was just like, whew, that struck a chord. That definitely struck a chord. Okay, so I'm going to be closing all these tabs. We're going to be moving on to federal news here, including, we're going to have a lot of fun at the end. Because, again, for people who are joining a little bit later, I'm finally doing it. I'm splitting up my live streams because it is just too much doing like a 5-hour-long live stream in an evening. I need to have time to decompress afterwards. I'm trying to actually get myself to wake up on a regular routine, do good things for myself, like working out, getting to work at a regular schedule. By work, I mean sitting here and working on my TYT essay and stuff, to basically help with like my mental health and physical health and all that sort of stuff, which means I can't be streaming until 11 o'clock at night. Because it still takes me a good 2 hours to maybe decompress. So tonight it's international and federal, and then tomorrow night I'll be doing provincial and others. So some of the other, let's see. So it's some more trans stories, and what? There was some other stuff in the other. What was it? Let me just check here. Well, a lot of trans stories. Oh, and outrage over Harry Potter stuff. Yeah, so, which is still related to trans stories. Okay, nope. That's not what I want. This. Okay, this is the next docket that we're going to be doing. And so for federal news, I'm not going to start with the NDP stuff. I'm going to end with it because there's a couple other stories that I want to touch on before we get to that one. And it's going to be a lot of fun at the end. That's all. It's going to be fun at the end. And I like having a little bit of fun. But before we do that, let's check the SandBox. And I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Got that. Okay. Because I would feel horrible if somebody sent in like a super chat or something and I missed it. Also, I have no idea if my new Amazon wishlist thing works yet. I had to put in a flex delivery, so it delivers to a post office and not my home address, because Amazon decided that it's just going to give out my address to people. So it's now going to a post office, but anything that goes there has to be shipped through Canada Post, but that's the same as a PO box apparently. So yeah. So basically, if anybody who's watching has, in the past week gotten anything off my Amazon wish list for me and I haven't acknowledged it, is because I haven't received it. So please let me know so that I can rectify the situation. Because I would feel bad if somebody spent money on me and then I didn't get whatever it was. Yeah. But welcome, Marty, to the SandBox. Nice to see you here. Hello, reference frame. The Wild Weds. Are we the baddies? Yeah. And True Democratic North is also saying life is too expensive. I'm poor. I know the feeling. So, yeah, hopefully the NDP can make waves. That'd be nice. Because as somebody pointed out, I don't think it's in any of the videos that I have or anything, but really all the good things in Canada that we like are a result of the NDP. Hello, 56 Nick Ridge. Welcome to the SandBox. And everyone, don't forget to turn to live chat as opposed to top chat. Sad talks world because Carney just made a multi-billion-dollar deal with UAE. That's why he didn't send condolences to the other nations. Yeah. Reference frame, Carney is such a disappointment. He sure is quick to put the sign in the window. Yeah. And I was one of the few people who was critical of him at the time of his Davos speech, saying, yeah, he's just going to take down that sign and replace it with another. I was right. Yeah, but I'm not a professional political commentary, so I don't get invited on places. I'm a bit bitter sometimes. It's like, oh yeah, I haven't gotten a fancy education. I don't have a background in journalism or anything of that sort. So people, think my political analysis doesn't matter as much, but I live it. That's the thing. When you live with poverty and disabilities, you see the world differently, and your political commentary comes from a place of lived experience. That's useful on a resume, lived experience, as opposed to, paying for all of it type thing. Let's see. Oh, the Wild West is feeling better, so that is good. Hello, BCat. Okay, hopefully people will follow from VG, Vanguard. Yes, they were still running when I started, I believe, but I don't think they do raids of channels, and they would have to know I exist. Let's see. Groove Dragon, dear God, protect us from your followers. Thank you in advance for your attention to this matter. Signed, a non-believer. The Wild West, the norms aren't norming. Hello, JK. Welcome to the SandBox. Starmer has been referring to two fronts in the war, Middle East and Ukraine, yet people do not see a problem with supporting both sides. Either you are against the empire or not. BCAT, politicians get a lot of money to stay quiet on Israel, or worse, actual contribute to Hasbara. That just made me think of my TYT essay for reasons. Sorry, it's been on my brain because I've been doing actual work on my TYT essay, and if I get $1 bazillion in super chats, I'll give you all a sneak peek of what I've been working on. But I've crossed the event horizon. No, I've crossed the threshold of getting too anxious to want to work on it to now getting anxious when I'm not working on it. If that makes any sense. Which is a good threshold to cross, but it's also fucking annoying. It's annoying for different reasons than the first part of the threshold, because I see the end in sight. You know, I see the finish line. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Because like as I'm doing this, I have a list of montages and clips and links and all this sort of stuff that I've kind of compiled for it. And then I change the color of them as I've used them in the essay. And I'm really starting to get down to less and less and less. And I'm like, and the organizing is making more sense and things of that sort. So, you know, I can, it's very dim, but I see that light at the end of the tunnel, to the initial draft of that essay being done. My God, it's a lot of work, and it might turn into like a mini series. I don't know. I had a dream of just having the whole thing drop over a weekend, you know, like a Sunday and Monday. No, sorry, a Saturday and Sunday. But then I like, okay, well, maybe I'll have to be Monday too. Maybe I'll have to be in 3 parts, but I'm looking at it now like, oh my God. There's so much. It is the most detailed takedown of anything anyone has ever seen online. And I wish it wasn't me doing it to TYT, you know? Like, I wish I didn't have all these clips of TYT, of Jank and Anna that I've compiled in this. I wish they didn't exist. You know, for the network that I used to be a part of, that I was proud to be a part of, to be doing this, it's like, it's gut-wrenching to do all of this, because even back when I started this, like basically January of last year, in my script, I initially put like, I don't really see them as grifters per se in my definition of grifting, where they're doing it solely for money and all that sort of stuff and blah, blah, blah. And now I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, they're grifters. Like there's just the amount of evidence is insurmountable to be like, no, they're totally legit. You can't watch these essays and come away with anything other than they're in it for the money. You know, some politics, but mostly money. And that they don't have any grounding principles and all that sort of stuff. And it's not just me with some opinions and stuff. I have so many clips, and they are all in context. And in the essays, I challenge people to prove I took anything out of context. I have a video playlist of most of the videos I am pulling from, so you can go and fact check it yourself if you doubt any of the clips I take are out of context. I do my damn work in this. So, yeah. Oh. Let's see. If you want a sneak peek, I need like $1 bazillion. In Groove Dragon, I do like the unicorn rainbow dragon heart. I like the pattern that I made on my screen. It's nice. But I have a unicorn collection. Since, you know, I had the first unicorn I have in it is from like when I was 5 years old. And it was a plastic charm on a necklace. I liked unicorns before unicorns were a trend. And I used to believe that, you know, somewhere in the universe they exist. You know, maybe not here on this planet, but somewhere on some planet, somewhere they exist. And my mind was of the sort, like, the universe is so vast and there's so much we don't know that pretty much anything we can imagine is out there. 56 Nick Rich, YouTube has been injecting ads everywhere now. Live streams are being interrupted horrendously. I put it at the lowest setting. So I do have ad automator in this, unfortunately, because YouTube likes me better when I do that. So it helps my channel in the algorithms. But you have the option of low, medium, and high, and it recommends the medium. And of course, the more ads you show, the more potential of revenue and blah, blah, blah. But I put it at the low setting. So if even at the low setting, it's getting ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know. And YouTube has a bug apparently, because I was getting a notice that I had to invite my parents to my channel so that they could, make sure I was doing everything, any yeah, they had to, I had to be overseen by my parents. And I'm like, contacting YouTube on Twitter. It's like, why am I getting this? And it was saying that I had to invite them or I wouldn't be able to have full access to my YouTube channel to do live streams and stuff like that. And it's like, the age that I have for my YouTube channel is well over 18, because I'm well over 18. And even if you were to do the algorithms of my watch history, it's an adult. You could do that watch history and be like, yeah, that's an adult, not some teen or kid, definitely adult content type watching, in political stuff, in all the stuff that I watch. It's not something you would necessarily see a 15-year-old watching. And then also when I contacted YouTube on Twitter, of course, I'm just getting an automated response, an AI generated response. But it's like, oh, this is because in the United States, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I'm a fucking Canadian. Okay. No, we don't have that here yet. The reference frame for me, the Epstein class, includes a lot of politicians. I almost read that as a different word, but even ones that aren't, in the files type thing, I would imagine they knew about it or somehow benefited from it. It's the 1%. Oh, let's see. So old Greece, if I have one message to give to the secular American people, it's that world is not divided into countries. The world is not divided between East and West. You are American, I am Iranian. We don't know each other, but we talk together and we understand each other perfectly. The differences between you and your government is much bigger than the differences between you and me. The difference between me and my government is much bigger than the differences between me and you, and our governments are very much the same. And that's Marjane Satrap. I do not know how to say that name. And it's a quote from that person. Yeah. For the most part, if you look at people from anywhere around the world, we all kind of want the same thing. Be able to live our lives in peace as who we are. Oh. Let's see. I'll be glad when this lingering cough is completely gone. I still sometimes feel like I have cotton in my throat. B-Cat, I wish I was a real Canadian. It's really hard to get here. Because, old Grease is saying, are green card marriages still a thing? He asked Canadianly. You can get citizenship through marriage, technically. It's extremely hard. It's harder to immigrate to Canada than it is to the United States. Like you would have to show proof of your dating history and everything from way back when. And let's say you're a public figure and you don't have a lot of like public social media posts and stuff like that, then it's harder to prove. And you have to like jump through all of these hoops to show that you're not just doing a marriage of convenience. Let's see. The Wild West, billionaires want us all enslaved again. Mm-hmm. Uh, 56 net rich. The war crimes are obviously being ignored by the asshole right-wingers. Yep. Where was I? Where was I? Ah, it jumped. It jumped. I get so involved in the sandbox. People reacting to the video we just watched. Yeah. The end of it was like, yeah, okay. Because I was trying to think, what is he talking about? Because I knew it had to be something mundane. And then I remembered that it's a big news story, apparently, in London, England, that a few Jewish ambulances were burned, but nobody was hurt. And people had to come out and condemn it and everything and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. But those same people, the Zionists who demanded people acknowledge their pain of these ambulances, they say nothing about the atrocities that are happening. And I hate to be in this world where it's like, I don't care about these other violent acts. Like it's so low on my priority of caring about things, of empty buildings and empty vehicles being damaged. That said, those are still anti-Semitic attacks and should be taken seriously. But the amount of anti-Semitism that's rising in the world is a lot to do with the Zionists and how the Zionists keep on, merging Jewish people with the actions of Israel and what Israel is doing. And so people are attacking just any Jewish person as a way to attack the Israeli government, which is not good. It's not good. The Israeli government is making Jewish people all around the world less safe. And, it's anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism is bad and should be fought. Let's see. BCat, I spammed you were live in the VG chat, Sandy. Why, thank you. Let's see. I appreciate the effort. The reference frame, Sandy wants to be a gazillionaire. Yes, and that would end world hunger if I did. No Justice viewers just joined. Why, thank you. And they switched where it is. If I scroll down to the bottom. Oh, that's going to be super annoying because the notice that I just got rated is kind of at the bottom and almost hidden as opposed to being like this big rectangle at the top, which made it very noticeable. But thank you so much, No Justice people, for joining in. I just went over some international news and now I'll be going over some federal news. We had a federal NDP leadership race. The vote was today. And so we're going to be talking about that later on. And the NDP... the NDP is the leftist party of Canada. And I'm saying that with some angst because the recent versions of the NDP haven't been terribly leftist. Still on the left, but not terribly leftist. But hopefully things will change now that we have a new leader in the party. So we'll be going over that, and there's some fun things about people having meltdowns about it at the end that I'm looking forward to getting to. Let's see, but thank you so much, and everyone, like, subscribe, Canadian Shenanigans, Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass. Also, I have a second YouTube channel about art. See, that's the art that I do. I do drawing and I do painting. So you can go check that out, and it's, get this, Sandy Lovis on YouTube. That's my name. Yeah, this is a far stretch for that one. And everyone go check out No Justice. Oh, I'm going to hate that how YouTube has changed it, because now I'm going to be terrified that I miss a raid, because raids don't show up the same way. Like if I go to viewer activity, I can see gifted memberships, I can see super chats, but it doesn't be like, hey, you were raided, which would be super helpful if it did that. BCat, yay, Sandy, the TYT video is near. I wouldn't say it's near yet. The first draft, I can see a faded light at the end of the tunnel for the first draft. And the first draft, because I'm building the montages and the video clips and the images and all of that as I'm going along, it's taking forever. But once that's done and I'm reviewing it, it's still going to be a few weeks before I even get to filming my dialogue of it. So yeah, it's still going to be a while. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot and Bad Lefty. Welcome to the SandBox. Saying, hello, Sandy, Grand Theft Autobot. It dawns on me that you might get Silly and Billy's attention when you launch that spilling the TYT video you're working on. I would imagine it'll catch their eye, certain parts of it. But, I'm anxious about it because I'm worried that the videos won't even get like 1,000 views and nobody will notice it. Because like the video I did on Charlie Kirk, I think is really, really good. Just a little over 500 views. It all depends on how it does in the algorithms. Like, of course, I would like it to help boost my channel. Of course, I would like it to, compensate me somehow for all the work I've put into it, through more subscribers and things of that sort. But also, more importantly, is the message that I have in that video. Like, there's a couple messages that I have in there that I feel is really important to get out there to people. And if the video doesn't do well, then those messages don't reach the people it needs to reach. Because I'm not doing anything just out of sheer clickbait or drama. Like, there are messages behind why I'm covering TYT the way that I am in these videos. Let's see. Groove Dragon, I very much enjoyed your book. As a former proofreader, I caught a few small errors in the text. I keep notes. Do you want them? And if so, where do I send them? Please do. You can just send them to LeftoftheBox@gmail.com. Because before I launch those videos, I'm going to be making some changes to the book. Because I will be plugging my book in those videos. I know, shocking. And since those videos have a higher probability of more views and stuff like that, then there's a higher probability I might sell some of these books. So I would like to make sure that those little things are caught. Because I'm going to be changing. Groove Dragon will know what I mean by this, but I don't want to give spoilers. I'm going to be changing the last chapter to make the pronouns easier. And then I'm also going to be adding a reader's note at the end of the book, just kind of explaining, what I'm planning on doing with the prequels and the sequels and things of that sort, and some little things about the world of my book. Necroplasm. But considering I had no professional proofreader for this book, I think I did pretty good. So yeah, I want to get that new edition of it kind of done up and ready before I launch those videos. But like, there's going to be time for me to do that because once all the videos are made, I still have to upload them to YouTube and see if there's any copyright issues. And if there's a copyright issue, then I have to go back and see if it's something that I can just delete and it doesn't matter, or if it's something that I have to make an actual workaround, like have the video in the background but upside down and backwards or something, because it's a relevant video to have. So I still, once they're uploaded, and it will take a while to upload them, then I need to do all that. So yeah, there's time. But I'm glad you enjoyed the book. I can't wait to get back to it. Oh my God. Oh, don't get me on a tangent about talking about my book, because I would be here all night talking about it. Reference frame, YouTube doesn't want you to go past your bedtime, Sandy. Old Grease, hey, free labor from Groove Dragon. I appreciate it. Groove Dragon, don't take away my cough. It's the only exercise I get. Oh. Oops. Yeah, it jumped. Where was I? I hate when I'm going through the sandbox and suddenly it's like, boop, down to the bottom, skipping over all these things. Okay. Because I'll make sure I get everyone, too, that's in here. Acknowledge everyone. Mr. Satnava... Point to the sign. Hello, welcome to the sandbox, Mr. Satnavatron. And hello, not really, Rachel Atwood. And we have Limey Redneck. I bet you have a really nice accent. I would love to hear. And we also have Michael. Welcome to the sandbox, everyone. Combustible. Heidi Bailey. Welcome. Yes, Rachel. We do know who the next leader of the NDP is. In Grand Theft Autobot, the NDP used to be the very socialist party of Canada. The same way the Labour Party used to be the very socialist party of the UK. But I would say the NDP probably lines up more with the Green Party in the UK right now. If it all depends on who the leader is. So I'm feeling confident. Let's put it that way. Spoiler, I'm feeling good about who won. So it's some good news, and we'll have some fun with that at the end. But the reason why we have universal health care, as flawed as it is here in Canada, is because of the NDP. All the things that Canadians like to pride ourselves on in our social programs and stuff like that, that's the NDP that did that. But ever since then, the Conservatives and the Liberals have been trying to get rid of all the advances that the NDP did. Hello, Synonymous. Get to the content. I'm getting there. I need to say hi to everyone. Not really, Rachel Atwood. The receipts you have on TYT are fire. Oh my God, you will not believe everything that I put together. And again, if I get bazillion dollars in super chats, I'll give you guys a sneak peek at the end of this. Okay, just checking. I'm near the bottom. Not really, Rachel Atwood. I'm a retired professional proofreader and would be happy to help with upcoming projects if you like. I'm American, but taught British English for 10 plus years, so I think I can communicate in Canadian. Well, there still might be some areas, because I don't think the UK knows what a toque is either. I'm not going to tell you who won yet, but you could easily figure it out. Got your back, girl. Says, yeah, I'm glad about how it turned out as well. And I have some commentary around that. And yum, necroplasm, get you some, says Groot Dragon. No spoilers about who won the NDP leadership, people. Well, it's easy to find out. It's easy to find out. It's all over like Canadian social media and news right now. And some of the commentary about it is just hilarious. But let's actually get back to the news. So before we get into the NDP federal news stuff, there's like other federal news that I wanted to touch on because, we have a federal government here and important things to be covered that I just to inform Canadians about what is happening in this country. So let's go to here, news, share, and then I have to go to here and then switch this because it's a window capture. Hello, Looney Tunes. There we go. Why does it keep on doing that? So annoying. So annoying. It's like every time I switch over to this, I have to adjust this in my OBS. Super annoying. Super. Just stay like that, okay? Stay like that, OBS. Okay. Oh, hello, hermeteorologist. Anyway, let's get to it. So, here we have the serfs just saying, the RCMP was founded to restrict and control Indigenous autonomy and kidnap children to be thrown in residential schools. Its legacy of racism hasn't changed, and that is very true. The RCMP, the R surprisingly not standing for racist, was like the federal police that was in charge of policing Indigenous peoples in this country, and that's why it was created. And so Jenny Kwan is saying the RCMP's Native Extremism program is a jaw-dropping betrayal. Wiretaps and secret dossiers were used to target leaders fighting for their rights, not security threats. I'm calling on Public Safety Minister to release all files and hold public hearings accountability now. And so she sent out this statement. The recent media reports about the RCMP so-called Native Extremism program are deeply troubling, not just as a matter of history, but for what they say about Canadians' institutions, their racist relationship with Indigenous peoples. Also keep in mind, when there was a blockade at Wet'suwet'en in BC, some land defenders defending their land, Justin Trudeau, that bastion of liberal progressiveness here in Canada /S, he had snipers there with their guns trained on those protesters, even though they were protecting their land because it was unceded it's Indigenous land. It was their land that they were protecting and trying to prevent a pipeline from being forced through. And so Justin Trudeau sent in the military to have sniper rifles aimed at them. This country's always been fucking racist, especially towards Indigenous peoples. So what these documents show is not a targeted security work against credible threats, but a sweeping, intrusive campaign that treated legitimate political advocacy as something to be monitored, controlled, and even disrupted. It is jaw-dropping to hear about the intelligence dossiers stuffed with documents, wiretaps, paid informants, covert operatives with code numbers. Dozens of First Nation leaders were put under surveillance. Very similar to what was happening down the States towards Muslim people after 9/11. So Indigenous leaders and organizations were engaged in lawful democratic efforts advocating for land rights, self-determination, and fair treatment. To label that as extremism reflects a profoundly biased and colonial mindset. The scale of surveillance, wiretaps, informants, and infiltration into private spaces raises serious concerns about violations of basic civil liberties, including privacy, freedom, and association and political expression. It also begs the question of extent of the surveillance today by Canadian government of legitimate political advocacy by Indigenous activists and organizations. And I'd go a step further of, any pro-Palestinian organization, any organization that is just, or people that are basically speaking out against the Canadian government and all that sort of stuff. It would not surprise me at all if there's this level of surveillance within those as well. Equally concerning is the intent behind the intelligence gathering. These were not just passive observations. The files were used to divide movements, withdraw funding, and interfere with organizing. That crosses a line from intelligence to active political interference. This history matters today because trust in public institutions remains fragile in many Indigenous communities. When the state seen to have weaponized its power in this way, it leaves lasting legacy of suppression, suspicion, and harm. With the Carney government's new Bill C-22, we once again see the hallmarks of a government overreach. I'm calling today on Minister of Public Safety to release all remaining files on the issue and commit to holding public hearings with witnesses on the disturbing revelations so that Indigenous communities can have accountability for the harms that have been done by Canadian law enforcement and security agencies. And there's also a short YouTube video that I have on this. And this is from CBC News. Métis activists react to secret files that now show RCMP spied on them.
Could I have these? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Documents, once top secret, now show how RCMP spied on Bruce Flamont more than half a century ago. The 80-year-old Métis leader says he knew police were watching him.
They were parked at my house. They'd come park at my house, and when I'd go to work, they'd follow me to work, parked at my office, and they did that for quite a while.
CBC Indigenous acquired previously classified files detailing what the Mounties called the Native Extremism Program. It was the 1970s, and the police feared the Indigenous rights movement could become more radicalized, even violent. So they used paid informants, wiretaps, and physical surveillance to spy on Indigenous leaders. The federal government signed off on it. In Saskatchewan, the RCMP targeted the organizations that are now known as the Métis Nation Saskatchewan and the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. Flamont was the Métis Nation CEO in the 1970s. He organized sit-ins and blockades. The documents confirm some of his Indigenous colleagues were tipping off police. He knew there were traitors in his inner circle.
I think we identified most of them. Of course, you never really identify all of them. There's always an informant that you don't know about.
The RCMP Security Service stepped up its surveillance in 1973 when this happened. 200 nonviolent youth activists occupied the Department of Indian Affairs in Ottawa for 24 hours. Clem Chartier was there that day. He's in the documents too. He's not surprised police were watching, and in some ways, even understands why.
I would assume they spent a lot of time and a lot of money, on monitoring Indigenous peoples because, pipelines are at stake potentially. Occupation of buildings were at stake. Potential armed conflict, was always there.
But others say the surveillance was intrusive and unacceptable. They want the ones responsible to be investigated. Randy LaRocque, CBC News, Regina.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. And we have a little visitor here, or as I tend to say, cat shark butt, because he tends to just shove his butt up in the air and it looks like a shark fin, just do-do-do-do-do-do. Right, Linear? Right? Why don't you show everyone your adorable face? If you're going to come up here, not just your tail, but your adorable face. There we go. You match my shirt. You match my shirt. You match my shirt. But yeah, it when it comes to surveillance in, this government, the Canadian government, the UK government, it does not surprise me at all, anything that we might find out. But a government that feels the need to surveil their population that much, they're telling on themselves because they know then that they're not in the favor of the people, that they fear the people. They fear what people might be doing. There we go. One of these days, I will spring for like a StreamYards account, I suppose. Though I like streaming through OBS as much as there's problems with it. I'm used to it. go. Thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for another $2 super chat. I super appreciate it for kitty cat treats. And Lanier loves those cat churros, they're called. The little squeeze tubes of squishy food. He loves those. He goes crazy for those. Super appreciate it. Back to the news. Back to the news. Because there's a little bit more Canadian federal news that I wanted to hit up on before we get to the NDP leadership race. So here, Kimbo is just pointing out this photo is against the House of Commons rules as to no pictures taken in the chamber, no stage photos. It goes to decorum. And it's all about the decorum. The decorum. Like, you're not allowed to accuse somebody of lying, even if it is honest to say the other person is lying. So this person saying, I want Jamel investigated for this and whoever took the photo. Also, I should have known better. Conservatives respect nothing and will be filing complaint. So this wasn't a photo per se. It was a screen grab, but still it was a pose thing. And he's holding a Bible as a prop, which you're not supposed to be doing. But Jamel Giovanni is a Christian fascist here in Canada. Best friends with J.D. Vance. And he's gone on his northern tour, like a tour that like Charlie Kirk was doing to try to rile up people, saying, you know, it's Christians that are the most under attack group of people ever, you know, in contrast to the story that we just saw about how the RCMP was, you know, surveilling Indigenous peoples. No, but it's the Christians that are the most under attack, according to Jamel Giovanni. And yeah, it's funny how he can get away with something like that. But if you wear or if you were to hold up other types of props, suddenly not so good, not so good. So here somebody's just pointing out, Jamel Giovanni did not prove that Christians are persecuted. He proved that the opposite. He proved that a Christian MP can flagrantly disregard parliamentary rules, weaponizing religious symbolism, and be celebrated for it. And if you want to bitch about it to the Speaker of the House, this is the Speaker of the House, Honorable Francis Scarpalagia? Scarpalagia? If I break it up, we got egg. E. Okay, maybe just, do you pronounce that as I or E? Scarpalegi. General inquiries is the House's Speaker. You can email. So feel free to email your representatives and say, you know what? Maybe you should do something about these sorts of infractions before they become commonplace. They shouldn't be normalized when often Christian men, get away with doing certain things, you know, which might seem minor at the time, but they tend to escalate. And yeah, you shouldn't normalize that behavior. You should call it out from the get-go, because then it gets a lot harder to call out when they start doing like complete Christian fascism on the House floor. So you might want to start on that now. Also, something he was against is this, which it's one of those things that I'm also against. It's one of those weird overlaps. But to be clear, the Conservatives weren't against this bill for reasons other than they just wanted to be against it because it was a Liberal bill. So Canadian Muslim Public Affairs Councils tweeted out CMPAC media release. So Bill C9, Combating Hate Act, passed the House of Commons last night with 186 members of Parliament voting in favour, 137 opposed and 10 paired. The Liberal and Bloc Québécois voted in favour, while the Conservatives and NDPs largely opposed the bill. So when the conservatives and the NDP are on board with the same thing, it's usually because it's a freedom of speech thing, oddly enough. Because right-wingers want to be right-wingers. They want to do their right-winging. And the NDPs are like, you're going to suppress religious freedoms with this, aren't you? The passage of this legislation led by the Liberal government represents a significant failure to adequately respond to credible, widespread, and sustained concerns raised throughout the legislative process. Broad opposition to Bill C-9 has been consistent and clear across Canada. While Bill C-9 has passed the House of Commons, it has not yet become law. Its progression to the Senate represents a critical juncture. Actually, it means nothing. The thought that a bill is going to be trashed in the Senate and canceled, they'll make some adjustments, but the Senate is not the sober second thought that they were supposed to be. So a lot of bills that are unconstitutional per se still get passed through the Senate. You know, the Senate is not a barrier. The Senate must now undertake the rigorous independent review that was lacking in the House and give full and serious consideration to the legal and constitutional implications of this bill. We remain hopeful that this next stage will prove an opportunity to correct and address the significant deficiencies that remain. All right. Okay, I guess I don't have to do that. You're just going to see me cheat here if I do this, because then I do this. And you see the screen go dark. There we go. Now, you shouldn't see this pop up. Oh, okay, that's good. And I forgot, I need to do this. I don't have it set up so I can show you in the news screen. I have to go back to the main screen, because I don't have this set up here yet, but thank you so much, Rachel. Not really Rachel Atwood, for the $5 super chat. Potentially dumb question. If JJ went to law school in the US, how is he able to practice law in Canada? Aren't provincial bars totally different? I don't think so. You might have to get like a certain certificate here or something, but I don't think that's a barrier. And then there's probably certain agreements between like North American schools and stuff of that sort to transfer back and forth easy enough. I think it's all if they are recognized by the certain boards and stuff like that, they should be fine. But I'm not an expert in this area. Super appreciate the $5 super chat. So then I can take the top and go here. There we go. To the news. So a little bit more on Bill C-9. So contentious anti-hate legislation passes final vote in the House, now moves to Senate. And I think a bill similar to this is just passed in the UK as well. So the Liberal government's politically contentious new anti-hate bill has passed its final hurdle in the House of Commons and will now go to the Senate. And by anti-hate, they mean pro-Palestinian protesters. That's the real reason behind this bill. It's things like that. Bill C-9, dubbed the Combating Hate Act, proposes new criminal code defenses, including one that would make it a crime to intentionally promote hatred against identifiable groups in public using certain hate or terrorism-related symbols. And I'm a bit confused about this because we already have hate speech laws in Canada. So I don't see why we needed this. We already have that. We already have hate speech laws, but I think it's to make this more broad and to make an identifiable group, specifically Zionists, I think is the goal here. They want the Zionists to be identifiable groups, so you can't speak out against them or it's going to be hate speech. But you already can't promote hatred against identifiable groups in public. Anyway, the bill passed third reading with support of the Bloc Québécois on Wednesday night. And I already read that. So the criminal code currently includes an exemption for hate speech if, in good faith, the person expressed or attempted to establish by an argument an opinion on a religious subject or an opinion based on a belief in a religious text. So my interpretation of this is I'm against Christianity because it does blank. But that's just my opinion type thing. I don't know. So the conservatives aggressively push back against the inclusion of the clause that would remove the exemption, arguing it amounted to assault on religious freedoms. Number of religious groups also raised concern about the removal of the religious exemption. Civil liberties groups, included the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, have also raised concerns about the bill, arguing it could criminalize peaceful protests and silence unpopular expression. Justice Minister Sean Fraser, who sponsored the bill and brokered the deal with the Bloc, has pushed back against saying the new legislation won't criminalize faith. No, it won't criminalize faith. It will just criminalize unpopular expressions of said faith. The Senate must study the bill before it officially becomes law, and the upper chamber may still make suggestions to change the legislation. So yes, they may tweak the bill, but they're not going to stop the bill. Next. Yes, Mark Carney. Building up our military because everything else in this country is solved. And so Daniel here is just pointing out billions taken from healthcare, housing, education, infrastructure, environmental research, food inspection, and so much more to plunder and wreak havoc around the world under the pretext of protecting people from scary black and brown people. Now, some people have said, oh, with the United States on your border, with the threats of them coming and taking over and stuff, don't you want your military built up? And here's the reality of the situation. Canada does not have enough money, even if we put all of our money into it, to build up a military that would deflect the American military. We do not have the resources. We do not have the equipment. There's not enough money in this country to build up a military that would actually defend us from a military assault from the United States. We could have this money spent in much better ways, and some of these things are provincial territory, but some of the money comes from the federal government to those things, which is being cut back on. And of course, there's more social service cuts from the federal government, more attrition of government positions and stuff, cuts to the CBC, cuts to the post office, cuts to everything that Canadians value, but spending more on the military, so that, you know, we can help the United States when they actually go boots on the ground to Iran. So Mark Carney says we're rebuilding, rearming, and reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces to protect Canada and our allies. I'm not going to play the video because it's just going to be music. And I really hate how politicians will send out these things on Twitter without thinking for half a second. Can people share this on YouTube without getting in trouble? I just like, could you do that? Could you do that simple thing, politicians? Where you'd be like, you know what? We want this message to get out there. So when we do this, we're going to make sure that the music can be played on YouTube. Anyway, Nora Loretto is just pointing out, quote tweeting again, Mark Carney, who is ragingly popular right now in Canada. He says, in Canada, we believe everyone should have a chance to get ahead. Education is key to that promise. So for the next year, we're extending the increase to federal student grants and loan limits. That's not the win you think it is. Because as Nora is pointing out, the 40% increase to grants is being accompanied by a 42% increase to loans, which just shifts the responsibility to pay tuition fees on students who can't afford to pay school outright. This is not a good promise. And we're seeing that in Ontario right now with Doug Ford, in that he's totally switched it around. Whereas before it used to be something like 80% could be grants. It's now no more than 25%. So 75% is loans that you have to pay back. So now the federal government is doing the same thing, making the loans more money you have to pay back eventually. So the students are getting hit hard right now, super hard, from both provincial and federal government with this. But Mark Carney likes to brag about things that actually hurt Canadians, because building up our military, making loans more unattainable for students. He's right-wing government. So now we lead into the fun stuff. The fun stuff, I say. The NDP leadership race. And so this is from before the weekend. Scott just tweeting out, well, I don't need to read this because it's all quoted in here. So for those who don't know, Thomas Mulcair used to be the leader of the NDP for like a very, very short time. And he sucked. He sucked balls. And he lost very badly. And he immediately became like a right-wing liberal. Like literally, he quit the party and became like a right-wing liberal. But he still gets invited onto all these political shows to give his opinion on the NDP. And there was that quote going around, this is the worst thing ever for this party, says a group that is against everything that party stands for, or something like that. That's not the quote, but I might have it saved somewhere for us to go over in a bit. But yeah, Thomas Mulcair falls under that category of, this is how you fix the party, a party that I have no interest in fixing. And so Avi Lewis was just responding to the fact that Thomas Mulcair was worried about Avi. And if Thomas Mulcair is worried about something, it's probably a good thing. It's a good thing. It bodes in your favor if Thomas Mulcair is against you.
We heard from former NDP leader Tom Mulcair. He said that, you should be in the House to take on the Liberals if you want to be a viable opposition leader. He says that the reason why you might not be running is because you're worried you won't win. Why not make the leap sooner rather than later?
Well, JP, thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that I have no intention of taking advice from Thomas Mulcair.
That's all, yeah. Good answer. Good response right there.
I think that he started the process of our undoing as a party with a clear position on the progressive side of the spectrum. And I'm going to take advice from the people around me and the people in the actual NDP right now who have strong feelings about what our party needs.
We heard from former NDP leader.
And so, before the election of the leader, there was also the election of the executive. And this kind of indicated to a lot of people how the election was going to go for the leadership, because this was the precursor to that. So Lewis adjacent slate sweeps NDP executive election. In a surprise development, the non-establishment slate swept the party's president, vice president, and treasurer positions, suggesting changes in the air. And this is very good news, because people who used to be part of the party, like myself, wanted to see a complete turnover in the executive, because the executive was so harmful to the party. And the executive was blocking out more progressive candidates and leading the party to a more, like, going down a right path. So not center, not right wing, but definitely heading in that direction and liberalizing the NDP. And so a lot of us is like, it doesn't matter who the next leader is per se. Who's the executive? Like, is the executive is going to be on board, because the executive can actually block a lot of what the leader wants to do. And so the fact that non-establishment folks have been kind of elected in is a really good sign. So in a major rebuke to the party's old guard that could presage tomorrow's leadership result, federal NDP delegates have elected a new executive slate that pledges to empower local electoral district associations. And that is very, very good. Empower local electoral districts, because what's been happening is that the executive has been swooping in and appointing candidates. So like in my situation, I didn't pass the vetting for reasons after I was told I was going to be the candidate. But I'm far too progressive for that. And even though I had to go through the vetting process and everything, it was kind of late into the election, as in the election had started. So then they just appointed somebody without any vetting, without any election. The electoral district had no say in who the candidate was. And my situation was not a one-off. This was common practice for the executive to appoint someone as the candidate, even though the riding associations didn't want that person or didn't get a chance to vote on that person. And so this absolutely needs to happen if we want to rebuild the NDP, for the local electoral districts to have more say in who they have as a candidate. While the leader is the party's public face who sells the policies to the broader public, the executive team is responsible for the party's internal government structure. The Change Together slate swept Saturday's executive vote, which was confined only to delegates attending convention, unlike the leadership vote, which was conducted online and will be revealed Sunday morning. Delegates elected Labour leader, and then just goes through a bunch of names here and their backgrounds. Also how extreme that was, but I want to get down to... and then they have things in their constitution that one has to be an Anglophone, and the vice president and president, and the other has to be a Francophone, and all that sort of stuff. But where is it? Here we go. So rounding out the executive team is the party's national director, currently Lucy Watson, who serves at the rest of the executive's discretion. Given the success of the change in slate in the wake of the party's catastrophic 2025 election result, it's unlikely Watson will have her job much longer. See, I'm smiling because I recognize that name. I know this name, and a lot of other people who were involved with the NDP, who are no longer involved with the NDP, also know her name. And if you know her name, that's not because of a good reason. It's because of part of the reason that I was stating earlier about how progressive people were being forced out of the party and whatnot. To have her go is a good thing. It's a good thing for the party. Change Together was widely regarded as a friendly to leadership frontrunner. Avi Lewis Davies had endorsed Lewis for leader and donated $500 to his campaign. So yeah, we don't need to go through the rest of that because it's now old news. There's more to come. So here we have the results are in. Congratulations to Avi Lewis, leader of Canada's NDP. After an exciting leadership race, we're fired up and ready for important work ahead. Yay! Avi Lewis. So when this whole thing started, he wasn't necessarily my first pick, but I wasn't endorsing anyone because I'm not, and I don't have a membership. I wasn't voting. And I was really liking Rob Ashton at the beginning. But it became very apparent very quick that consultants got to Rob Ashton, and then some of the stuff that he was doing, how he was doing, everything he was doing, just went off a cliff. It just fell right off a cliff. But then we got to hear more from Avi Lewis and what he wanted to do and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, this is sounding a lot better, a lot better. And so it was really a toss-up between him and Heather McPherson. Heather McPherson was the only candidate to have a seat in Parliament. And she was also like the establishment choice, you know, maintain status quo. She said some things that really got under my skin. Now, I have featured her on my channel before. She has done some great work. But when she says that we need to stop the gatekeeping and invite everyone to the table, you see, that translates into we need to stop catering to the sensitivities of vulnerable groups, that they're the ones causing the gatekeeping, you know, not the money, you know, people living with poverty not being able to afford to be involved. But it's because we appreciate when people use proper pronouns. That's gatekeeping. And so there's a lot of connotations behind when somebody like her says gatekeeping that really rubs me the wrong way. But then she also was saying things like, we need to be very measured in how we do things and pace things out and basically don't make bold changes right away and all that, like the whole incremental thing. And it's like, we're past the point of incrementalism. We need to do some big leaps. Wonder if there's a manifesto about leaping that Avi might know someone who wrote. Anyway, yeah, because all that incrementalism does is let fascism grow and by the time if any progress happens, a lot of people have lost out everything in the meantime. We don't have the time to wait to be incrementalists. People are suffering now. We need change, big, bold, progressive change now. It can't be something that we just work up to. It has to be done now, because there are far too many people suffering now that need this help. But here is the video of the results that we are going to watch. It is a half-hour long, though. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to speed it up, not much, just to 1.25 to get through it a teeny bit faster.
My name is Eric Aberdilly, and I'm the Chief Electoral Officer for the NDP leadership race. 8 months ago, the Federal Council of...
This also gives me time to eat cookies.
The NDP put together a set of rules and asked me to serve in the role of CEO. I have to tell you that it was an incredible honor to serve the party in this way, and I'm really grateful for the trust that you placed in me.
Okay, he does say
I must also thank
cover,
Ali Chatur, who ably...
Not at the beginning.
Our 5 leadership contestants have really shown the heart and soul of our movement throughout this campaign. I've seen a lot of leadership campaigns in my time. And the characteristic that really defined this campaign for me is the respect and the care.
Okay.
The first round of balloting, voici les résultats du premier tour de scrutin. The total number of votes cast was 70,934 votes.
Which was really big. And then he points out that 4 of them was spoiled, and we don't need to hear that because we can do math. At least I hope that we all can subtract 4 from a big number. But having over 70,000 votes cast, really massive turnout for this.
De vote requis pour être élu, votes required to be elected, is 35,466 votes.
So yeah, that number there. In order to win the first round, because this was ranked choice voting, in order to win the first round, you needed that many votes.
And now for the results. Tony McQuail, 945 votes, 945 votes.
All right, I shoved a cookie in my mouth, and really I'm going to be giving commentary on this, so it's really bad timing, but I was hoping that Tony would do a bit better than that. Like, it's still good, because nobody really knew who he was before he got in. So having almost 1,000 votes is good. I like him. I interviewed him on my channel. And he had important messages about the environment and stuff. So I was hoping that he would have gotten a bit more attention, but you know, just making it this far and getting any votes from somebody who wasn't really known is a massive achievement.
Rob Ashton, 4,193 votes, 4,193 votes.
Now that one did kind of surprise me a bit. I figured he would be in third. But let's just say those consultants, when they pushed him off that cliff, they added weights. Like, it's just, you could see his style just completely and utterly changed to the point where he became disingenuous. Like, you everything he said just seemed like nothing. It didn't mean anything. So, I guess I was expecting everyone to get more votes than they did.
Tennille Johnston, 5,159 votes, 5,159 votes.
And that was really good that she came in third. Like, I was super happy about that. She, again, I interviewed her on my channel, really wonderful candidate. And again, she was somebody that was an unknown before this. And so to come in third, that is really good. Like, that, great achievement on her part. And I hope She stays involved. I hope Tony stays involved too, with different positions and stuff. But, you know, it was really good. And if people are doing the math now, then you can math those numbers up to see where we're at. If there had to be more than one round of voting.
Heather McPherson, 20,899 votes, 20,899 votes.
She's smiling, but she ain't happy. She's not going to be in Parliament at the end of the year. She's going to resign and get a job somewhere else. In the public sector or some, like Chrystia Freeland did after the federal election for the Liberal parties, and she was very unimpressed with her numbers compared to Mark Carney. And then eventually she ended up stepping down so that she could take a private sector job in the UK, of all places. I imagine she's going to do the same thing.
Avi Lewis, 39,734 votes. 39,734 votes.
So, only needed over 35,000 to win. He got over 39,000 to win. He won with 56% of the vote in the first round of votes of the ranked choice. So, right out the gate, he won. He won soundly. I think that's the right phrase. So, really good, really good. Oops. Okay, hopefully you guys can still see me. Please quickly give me some thumbs up that you're all there, because I just had my YouTube Studio tab crash. So please let me know that you're all still there, because it freaks me out when I see that sort of thing. I even close like so many tabs before this because my computer gets really mad at me when I'm doing these because I open up like a bazillion tabs. But just let me know, some thumbs up that you're all seeing me, everything is good. Okay, Looney Tunes got the first thumb. Okay. Okay, I'm getting some thumbs. That's good. Yeah, so really, really good that Avi, he won soundly first round. But the media is like, ooh, he's so divisive. And it's like, no, actually not. Not really.
Please welcome the new leader of Canada's NDP, le nouveau chef du NPD, Avi Lewis.
Folks, this is a tremendous result, but even more important.
And just a reminder, I'm at 1.25 speed if it seems a little rushed.
Important than the results of this leadership vote is the unity in our party. To that end, in my first act as leader, I want to invite our heroic caucus, my wonderful fellow candidates, and the labor leaders representing millions of workers who are the heart, soul, past, and future of our party to all join me on stage. There may even be a premier in the House.
So that's Neil Johnson. What was really kind of cute, so I was watching this live on the Rational and Nationals channel, David Dole, and he was watching it through CBC, and sometimes they would have to be translating and stuff like that, so that they're speaking French. They had to translate, and so there was some French that led into an NDP chant. So then suddenly the translator was also saying NDP, NDP, so that it sounded like the translator was in on the chant. It's funny. I'm just saying, it's cute. Okay, let's get to some speeching.
Yeah, I mean, like, it just said, like,
Friends, if it isn't already obvious, we are building a new foundation for our party and we are ready to come roaring back on the Canadian political stage. After 7 months of campaigning across this country and speaking to thousands upon thousands of Canadians, here's one thing I know for sure, and I want to say it out loud. Canada, mark your calendar. The NDP comeback starts now. Et au Québec aussi, notez bien la date. Le retour du NPD commence aujourd'hui.
Oh, come on, CPAC. You don't have translations? Well, normally when they speak in French, they say the exact same thing they just said in English and vice versa, so.
You can see it in the lineup featured in this race. 4 other candidates, deep New Democrats, making a unique and powerful contribution. To Neil, you're a sensation and a rising star. You've redefined what politics in our party can look like: funny, honest, and rooted in Indigenous ways. Tony, you've made sure that we never forget the importance of changing our undemocratic first-past-the-post system. Thank you for that. Rob, my brother, you are the real deal, and I can't wait.
Just want to skip past a lot of the thank yous to the other candidates and get into the heart of what he was saying. Let's see.
Of course, I look forward to connecting with Premier Eby when I'm back in BC. In Canada, this party is united in our commitment to working people. And no, we will not always agree on every single issue. But here's the thing. Our debates are another sign that our party is back and our tent is growing. It's big enough to hold some differences of opinion within it.
So now that we're getting into his main speech, I just reduced the speed back to normal.
The NDP comeback has arrived just in time. Our party has never been more needed. Friends, Canadians are living on the edge. We're under economic attack from the US, while Donald Trump stomps around the globe, grabbing foreign leaders and oil fields and starting wars. He has no idea how to stop. And at the kitchen table in Canada, there's an even bigger crisis: the everyday emergency of just trying to get by in an impossible economy. Whether you're on a single salary, hustling with multiple gig jobs, or taking care of loved ones, working hard no longer earns you a living. Look, I know
I would have appreciated some mention of people who have to rely on disability, but I get it.
every politician says, yeah, it is a shame. And I know every politician says they feel your pain, and they claim to be outraged by the sky-high price of everything. But what they won't talk about is why. An economy that's rigged for the rich, leaving the vast majority of us behind. Écoutez, je sais que tous les politiciens prétendent comprendre l'économie truquée de nous. And what they definitely won't talk about is who. A tiny group of billionaires that control every part of our economy, enabled by their friends among both liberals and conservatives. They'll blame Trump. They'll blame immigrants. They'll blame Indigenous land rights. They'll blame anyone but the CEOs, the corner office class to whom they feel accountable. Only the NDP will tell the truth. The cost of living emergency is driven by the extreme wealth and power in the hands of the 1%. Six grandes banques qui se food and price gouge and gorge on profits. They fixed the price of bread for 15 years, for heaven's sake. 3 telecoms corporations with mobile data rates that can cost 1,000 times what people pay in Finland, and the worst customer service on earth.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that the cost for like data plans and stuff in Canada is some of the most expensive in the world. It'd be nice if that wasn't the case, and then I wouldn't have to be on a family plan with my mom.
Seriously, you can watch your best years drain away as you wait on hold just to make some small change to your cell phone plan. And let's not forget the tech oligarchs and their global digital empires, spying on us from every device, jamming generative AI into every platform. This is more than a rigged economy. It's a war on working people.
I was hoping to get an interview with him because he was just mentioning the AI stuff and he seems really against that. So I really wanted to talk to him about that because I'm also really against it. But I do want to be fair. So Tennille and Tony came onto my channel for an interview. I did contact all the other leaders, so Rob, Heather, and Avi. Of them, Avi's team was the only one that actually replied to me to say he's probably too busy. Not in those words. They were nicer about it, but it was nice to at least be acknowledged. Whereas Heather's and Rob's team didn't acknowledge me at all. At all. Oops. Thank you so much, Old Grease, for the $2 super chat. FRT, everyone should give V for Vendetta a watch. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie, but I have seen it. Oh man, you saw me cheat, didn't you? Darn it, I was in the wrong screen. You saw the process. You saw the sausage being made. Oh well. But thank you so much for the $2 super chat.
And it's why you're in shock at the grocery checkout, in tears looking at your bills at the end of the month. It's because the wealth of this country is being hoovered up by a corporate elite who are extracting it from you every single day. It's immoral, it's unreasonable, it's un-Canadian, and we cannot let it stand. Friends, we are also at a crossroads in our history, in our world, with what remains of the international order being torn to shreds by Donald Trump. In this moment of intense uncertainty, our country needs a vision to guide the path we take, one that makes us safer and more secure, one shaped by values shared by most Canadians: fairness, compassion, equality, international solidarity, and love for the natural world. En cette période de si grande incertitude, nous méritons une vision, la campagne de l'environnement. But that's not where we're headed now. The Prime Minister is very popular at the moment. He's a smart guy, and most Canadians still want to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's fair. But I think when you connect the dots, his moves do not add up to the vision that Canadians truly want and deserve in this perilous moment. $500 billion in a decade for weapons to make Canada a major arms exporter in a war-torn world.
Little spoiler for tomorrow's provincial news. Ontario's going to be in debt by $500 billion thanks to Doug Ford.
Slashing our cherished public services. Sweeping aside Indigenous rights. Full steam ahead, no regulations on AI. And pipelines. In the last federal election, Canadians voted to say no to Trump and Trumpism. What they're getting instead is our government following the U.S. into a future of wars, fossil fuels, austerity, and job-killing generative AI. Our NDP has a different offer for this country. Our plan is to Trump-proof the economy by investing massively in Canadian economic independence, using the unmatched power of public ownership to ensure the fundamentals of a good life. A network of public providers for food, phones, and internet. A public housing developer and public construction companies to build millions of non-market homes. A 21st century electrical grid, an EV bus revolution, and a heat pump in every home.
built with Canadian steel, creating tens of thousands of unionized jobs.
I'm liking all of this, by the way. I am.
Investing in the care economy as true nation building. The education, healthcare, elder care, and child care that holds our social fabric together. And finishing Tommy's dream. Eyes, teeth, mental health, medicine. They are all part of your health. They have to all be part of our universal public health care system.
Yes. Let's please expand our universal health care into universal health care. That would be appreciated. Yeah, especially somebody who has mental health issues. I'd really appreciate that. Can we do that? Have comprehensive universal health care? That would be fantastic.
NDP!
And the translator was saying NDP because, as somebody was pointing out, there's not that much difference between the way you say it in French and English. I think the translator was just getting caught up in the moment.
We want Canadians to feel more secure. Then we have to invest in our security. And we can. Je veux m'adresser directement. Mais je tiens au sein de notre parti. Offre de vraies solutions. Des options publiques veulent du clair. Et ils veulent de la solidarité. Je veux que ce NPD ensemble est fait. C'est ça.
Sorry that I'm skipping through the French parts if you really wanted to hear it in French, but I can toss the link into the SandBox and you can watch the French parts later on if you really like.
C'est ça. NPD!
See, they're doing it in French now.
Of course, we can already hear the howls from the establishment. But how will you pay for all this? Well, let's remind them that this country is awash in wealth. We can have nice things. Banks made $70 billion in profits last year alone. Oil companies are expecting a new windfall in the tens of billions. Grocery baron Gale and Weston alone is worth $20 billion. It is time, far past time, to properly tax the corporations and billionaires that have been riding a tidal wave of profits, while the 99% have been suffering and struggling, and use that money to directly improve the lives of Canadians. The money is there.
There's something that I remember from the speech that I haven't heard yet, so I hope I didn't accidentally skip over it. If I don't hear it, I'll have to go back because it was a really poignant moment and be totally spoiled by the fact that I had to go back and search for it.
The money is there, my friends. We need a government with the courage to go and get it for all of us. And we need a government that doesn't just talk about Canadian values on the world stage. We need one that acts with moral clarity when it matters. Yes. When missiles are falling on schools and hospitals. When Israel commits a genocide in Gaza, we call it by its name and we do everything in our power to bring it to an end. When the US and Israel start an illegal and reprehensible war against Iran that sets the world on fire, we say Canada should have absolutely no role in it whatsoever.
I wouldn't mind seeing some attempts at de-escalation. Anyway, it's semantic. You know.
Folks, for me personally, it is humbling to pick up the mantle of leadership from the long line of NDP leaders before me. My grandfather, David Lewis, who took over from Tommy Douglas, gave his life to the CCF and then the NDP. David worked tirelessly for the party from the 1930s until the 1970s. And then he was a pundit briefly afterwards, very briefly. And friends, a lot of you know that my dad, Stephen Lewis, is not doing too well. But he is still with us and hanging on to see the next chapter of our movement. Ever the political fanatic, Dad has demanded daily updates about our organizing delivered to his hospital bed. A veritable IV drip of campaign data. At age 88, he is more passionate about the promise of democratic socialism than he has ever been in his life. But he told me something kind of heartbreaking that David, his father, said to him once. David said, "Son, not in my lifetime, but maybe in yours." And recently my dad told me the same thing. Not in my lifetime, maybe in yours. Well, Dad, I refuse to tell that to my kid. We cannot wait another generation. We've got to start winning now. We know we can live in a country built on a foundation of care and connection, where you don't have to fight every day just for the basics, where hard work earns you a living, and if you can't work, you're not abandoned. And where our kids know we are doing everything we can to protect the air and water and their right to a livable future. That is why the NDP is coming back, because we know that a thriving world is possible and we know who is standing in our way. And there are way more of us than there are of them. We just have to find each other. And that's what we've started on this campaign. I want to thank again my incredible team, every single volunteer, donor, and voter who has powered this history-making movement over the past 7 months. You have flung open the doors to this party. Your energy and passion is the fuel for all the work ahead. And it's not going to stop just because the campaign is over. Organizing can no longer be something we do when the writ drops. It's year-round work. With the NDP, fighting alongside labor movements, fighting alongside social movements, showing up where we are needed, part of a common front of decent Canadians. The NDP will start winning again because we will become that beacon to the 99%. Illuminating the darkening sky of these terrifying times with the energizing light of collective struggle. Yes. This is about all of us coming together to find our place and our power in the thrilling work of building a shared future. A government that works for the many, not the money. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Let's get to work. Thank you.
One of the poignant moments is there that I caught. Please tell me you have... Okay, there's a transcript. I just want to see if I missed it. It might have played and I... Let's see. No, that part was in there. Okay. Just hearing... Must be from a different speech that I heard about people basically crying at the checkout at the grocery stores and how that needs to end. But he did say, and you're in shock at the grocery checkout in tears. Oh, no, that's... Okay, let's go to that part. I probably just missed it, but I want to replay it just because.
Not forget the tech oligarchs and their global digital empires, spying on us from every device, jamming generative AI into every platform.
Right, I tripped over myself because I kind of interrupted him there saying, yeah, generative AI bad.
This is more than a rigged economy. It's a war on working people. That's right. And it's why you're in shock at the grocery checkout, in tears looking at your bills at the end of the month. It's because the wealth of this country is being hoovered up by a corporate elite who are extracting it from you every single day. It's immoral, it's unreasonable, it's un-Canadian, and we cannot let it stand.
I probably played that part. I just don't remember playing that part, but I wanted to replay it because it's very, it's poignant to me because I, like a lot of people, I feel it every time I'm in the grocery store and I'm like, how is this basket of food $100? Having to get cat food and all that sort of stuff, and just like how expensive everything is. And then you want to be able to maybe stock up on things because we see what's happening in the world and how prices of fuel and gas and all that are going to go up. So the cost of everything is going to go up, and you want to stockpile, but you can't because you're already, cutting everything you can. When you live with poverty, you don't really have that luxury of stockpiling. So it's, there's just, I get a lot of anxiety just leaving my apartment because it feels like every time I leave my apartment, I'm spending hundreds of dollars on gas or groceries or, another necessity that I need that, But we're going to get into some of the responses. Some of them are quite fun, and it's kind of like, okay, let's bask in it. Let's bask in it. We get that. We get that. But before we do that, I just want to get caught up in the SandBox, and then we'll have some fun. Hello, Moomy. Oh, that's when it cut out on me. Oh, I scrolled up as far as I can go. Okay. Let's see. Super Strike 9, welcome to the SandBox. Agreed, bold change is needed. Let's see. Hello, got your back, girl. Welcome to the SandBox. Soon to be 5. Who's leaving? Don't know what that means. Synonymous, poor Tony. He deserved better. He's still like an inspiration to do what he did. I'm going to reach out to Tony, Tennille, and Avi again and see, because I'd like to hear from Tony and Tennille about the process, what they thought of it and everything, and kind of go over that. But with Avi, he's the next leader of the NDP, I'd like to have him on and chat and see if he's going to speak to my needs. speak to, again, there's a lot that the main candidates didn't talk about when it comes to like disability and mental health and things of that sort. And like Avi touched on it slightly in that speech, but given that the majority of people at some point in your life are going to have a disability, probably should be a little bit, important, a little bit more important. $56 nitrates. I understand the NDP kind of, but why they don't have more seats surprises me. Well, the last election in particular, the whole threat of Trump had a lot to do with it. And Mark Carney gave the impression that he would really be able to go toe-to-toe with him and stand up to him and all that sort of stuff, which he's not doing. And Jagmeet Singh, he wasn't a good leader. When it comes down to it, he just wasn't a good leader. The NDP has also always struggled to get attention, like media attention, social media attention. So they need to up like their social media game and everything of that sort. And I think part of the problem with Jugmeat is he wasn't being bold. He wasn't being boldly progressive. And with Avi being boldly progressive, that gets you media attention. It's usually because people are saying, "Ooh, this is evil socialism, come to Canada." But it still gives you that attention. And it's the same thing that was happening with Zoran Mandami, where they're like, "Oh, this evil socialist is he's doing childcare in grocery stores and stuff." And then they're trying to do that to fearmonger. Meanwhile, people are like, actually, that sounds kind of good. So hoping for the same type of thing, that same type of attention for Avi. Let's see. Synonymous, Thomas Mouclair took us from official opposition to irrelevance. Vicky Klee, is that Naomi Klein? Yes. She's the wife of Avi Lewis. Super Strike 9, it was obvious Avi was going to win. I never say obvious to anything these days because you never know. It wouldn't have, let's just say it wouldn't have surprised me if Heather had won. But if she won, come the next election, the NDP would have no seats. It's just, she's too status quo establishment liberal NDP. And that type of thing just won't fly in the future. So the NDP would have lost all seats if she had become leader. But like I said, I'm pretty sure she's going to resign soon. Same way like Chrystia Freeland did when she was running for leadership of the Liberal Party. Like, she'll stick around for a few months to make it look like it's not in response to this, but it absolutely will be in response to coming in second and not even a close second. Let's see. And I will get down to a super chat. Super Strike 9, Avi is super likable, the opposite of Polyev. Most people come across as likable compared to he's, yeah. 56 Nick Rich says, by the way, an amazing sunset. Gotta take a pic. Be right back. Well, hope you got a good pic of it. Jet, are my ears deceiving me? This man is saying all the right things. No, he goes back to like a socialist thread of the party. Oh, and Old Grease wanted in their super chat that everyone should watch V for Vendetta at least once. Yeah, I saw it a long time ago. I wouldn't mind rewatching it just to see, you know, how much it holds up. Some people in the SandBox were saying, good. John Davis saying Sandy selling her book during Avi's speech. Oh. I know, you're just being cheeky. Everyone knows now that I do that to hide the fact that I'm chewing on a cookie or other food because I don't like chewing on camera. John Davis, public ownership. Hell yeah. Not really Rachel Atwood. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Hermeteorologist, we have a wide choice of 2 companies when it comes to telecommunications. Yep. Well, I added when it comes to telecommunications. I think might be 3, but it's really Rogers and Bell. Hmm. 56 Nick Rich agreed nobody needs $1 billion. Nav Size said, I'm fine just taking the money from billionaires. Not a tax, just take it. Because when it comes to especially like multi-billionaires, you could take away 90% of their wealth and nothing in their life would change. They would still have everything that they have and they'd still be far richer than most people could ever dream to be. Nothing in their life would change other than some arbitrary status that they've given themselves for how much money or wealth that they seem to think they're worth. Whereas that money was distributed to the people, it could be life-saving and life-changing. Bad Lefty, let's remind them his wife is Naomi fucking Klein. They should put her in charge of the economy. I'm before that. Yeah, and I was seeing a lot of Free Palestine signs with that too, which, some people are bitching about, like, they have Palestinian flags there and saying Free Palestine. It's like, good. This is the federal party. That type of thing is in their realm of dealing with, Let's see. Super Strike 9, Tommy Douglas is a Canadian legend, yes. And people talking about nepotism and stuff, and I've talked about it before. There's a difference between nepotism and following in the footsteps of your family. Because nepotism to me is when it's given to somebody, and I have an example of this in tomorrow's live stream provincially, when it's just given to somebody not based on skill or abilities or anything, but just because they're related to them and they get that into the company or whatever. But you can follow in your family's footsteps, as in you're educated in it. You got inspired to get involved because you saw your parents involved with it, and seeing your parents excited about something made you excited about it as a kid, and you got the education, you did the groundwork, you're qualified, like completely and utterly qualified to do the job. Like that sort of thing. And then, yes, you do get some name recognition, but that only goes so far, when it comes to actually doing a lot of these things. Because, like, my dentist, his child took up the practice of the dental clinic. And if she wasn't a good dentist, then I still wouldn't be there, type thing, But she probably got inspired by seeing her dad and going with her dad to work days or whatever, bring your kid to work day and whatnot. And, like I knew how to use Word and Excel far beyond my peers, because my mom knew it and she was teaching it to other people. And so I picked up on it and I learned it. And so that would help me get an office job and things of that sort. So, like, there is, to me, a difference between just flat out nepotism and following in the footsteps of your family. And I think Avi is more in the category of following in the footsteps. And, like, he's definitely done the activist work. He's, been involved with politics. He has the education, all that sort of stuff. But if you see an example, like, pretty much the entire United States government, where it's just, well, we know someone, so they got appointed, family or friend or something like that, then that's just nepotism. Like, they're not qualified to do it. The only reason why they got it was because of who they know. That's nepotism, and that's not good. It's not good. Oops, it jumped. Where was I? Okay. Oh, now I can do this. Thank you so much, Vicky Klee, for the 20 squiggly line. I think it's euros. Is it euros? Super appreciate it. Don't know what the conversion is, so I'm pretty sure I'm rich right now. Super. Oh, and it totally matches my shirt. That color. Super appreciate it. And saying stockpiling money. Let's see. And it was a good speech that Avi did. He's good at talking to the crowd. I actually stockpiled on cat food recently because I'm so worried about shortages and stuff of that sort. Like, if I can't afford to get food for myself or there's scarcity of food, I at least know what's going on and all that sort of stuff. But if my cats go hungry, they don't understand any of that. They don't know. And I don't want them to suffer like that. So I got a whole bunch of extra cat food for them just in case the world goes to more shit. Let's see. Got Your Back Girl says, I watched the delegates speaking and voting on resolutions. There were several people with disabilities bringing up points of order because their needs were not met at several points throughout the convention. Yeah. Well, when I talked to the two candidates on my channel, you can be damn sure I brought up the issue of people with disabilities and how it's there's so many things wrong and it's underfunded and yeah. Well, have a good night, 56 Nick Rich. Synonymous, I'm about to get to Nenshi and Saskatchewan and stuff. We got some fun stuff to go over. Some fun reactions to this. Let's see. Looney Tunes says that it was pounds. Okay. BCAT example, any of Trump Nepo brats or Megan, my father McCain. Yeah, that's nepotism there. Hermatologist, I sent you some cat food money. Oh, thank you so much. Vicky Clee, if your cats go hungry, they'll eat you, so good choice. Yeah, yeah. And Lanier's always licking me to see if I'm done yet. But let's get into some fun reactions to this, shall we? The first one isn't so fun, but I thought that was really telling of just how bad Rob Ashton's campaign went. So this one here first. Larry is just pointing out the unions that endorsed Rob Ashton for NDP leader collectively represent over 650,000 members. Ashton received 4,193 votes. That means fewer than 0.7% of members from endorsing unions joined the party and voted for him. Yeah. The result is a striking reminder that endorsements don't always translate into votes, given that the organizing and mobilizing are the lifeblood of union movements. The result is a disaster and tells us a lot about the institutional weakness of unions inside the NDP. So I just thought that was an interesting point, but there we get into some of this. So this was from earlier in the convention. I love this. Don Davies, he really stepped up to the plate as interim leader, I found. For the NDP, he gave a brilliant speech not too long ago that I showed on this channel, talking about, you know, Iran and Gaza and stuff. It was really good, well-to-do speech, just calling out Mark Carney for the whole, you know, Davos speech and whatnot. But he said this little quip earlier, and I'm like, that's good, that's good. Might have to go back and find it and watch it in full.
Now, before I go further, there is a little something I'd like to clear up arising from my speech at the press gallery dinner. I erroneously said when Prime Minister Carney played hockey that he was a goalie. I was mistaken. He's clearly a right-winger.
Yeah. Just thought that was cute. But here we get into some You know, the provincial NDP and the federal NDP don't always see eye to eye. And I've been wanting for a while now the federal NDP to crack down on the provincial NDPs and to actually get them to go back to NDP values. And methinks they're a little worried about that, some of them. Just a little worried about it, that maybe the federal NDP will serve as the example that they should be, because I've had a lot of issues with David Eby of BC, even Wab Kinew, of Manitoba. Massive issues with Marit Stiles here in Ontario. But also in Alberta, you have Naheed Nenshi, who wasn't exactly thrilled over this. So at a time when it's like, okay, you should probably show unity and all this sort of stuff, this is not the reaction you should be having. You should, at the very bare minimum, just be like, congratulations, and leave it at that. You don't. The old adage, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say it at all. But Jeremy Apple is just pointing out, Nenshi is going to run an identical campaign to Notley in 2023 and then blame Lewis when he loses. Because Naheed isn't going to go as socialist as Avi and then blame Avi for being a bad influence or something like that. So this is what Naheed tweeted out. Today, the federal New Democrat Party selected its new leader. It is clear that the direction of the federal party under this new leader, someone who openly cheered for the defeat of the Alberta NDP government, is not in the interests of Alberta. Last year, Alberta's New Democrats voted overwhelmingly to make membership in the federal party optional. Many thousands of our provincial members, including myself, are not members of the federal party. We are a big tent, and we welcome the support of people who vote for every federal party. I'm upset with who the party elected, says the person who is not part of the party. We believe in Alberta, and we believe in Canada energy and the good jobs it creates. We believe in more pipelines. Okay, there's your problem. Avi is definitely not, which is good, because I'm in agreement. There needs to be a halt to all pipelines right now. You see, right now we're in a fucking crisis with Iran. Not to mention like the death and slaughter that's happening there, but what's happening to the oil and the lack of oil getting through the Hormuz Strait and whatnot. If we had switched over to renewable energies like 15 years ago, we'd be having no issue right now. If we had switched over to renewables, then oil companies wouldn't be able to hold us hostage like this, which I know it's the reason why they do it. I get it. But if we had a government actually step up and say, okay, done. All of these oil companies and like we're switching over to renewables, we wouldn't be in the crisis of energy that we are right now. And, if you have a proper socialist government, then what's going to happen is, especially in Alberta, it's in their culture. The oil industry is in their culture, kind of like guns are in the culture of Americans. So a lot of them will lose their jobs in the oil fields and things of that sort. But if you have a proper socialist government, then that means that there's a safety net there, so that when they fall, they're not going to hit the ground, that they're going to be able to have a soft place to land and be able to maintain their lives until they can get educated and switched over to something else or find a different job. And you need a proper socialist government to be able to communicate that properly, to say, we're talking about the lives of our children and the world that they're going to inherit. That means that you're going to have to be uncomfortable and inconvenienced for a little bit while we switch you over. But there's that fear of it's part of their identity. And so you're really going to have to work around that when it comes to Alberta. But the Alberta NDP, all about those pipelines, which is not good. So we believe in more pipelines and in reducing emissions. We believe in strong public service and strong jobs-driven economy to help pay for them. This is what we are fighting for every day. Albertans deserve federal leaders who understand the importance of Alberta and our essential role in the Federation. Don't take away the oil industry or we won't be able to threaten to separate at all. Yeah, no. The oil industry has to go. Go the way of the dinosaurs and become oil for the future. Our focus is not what the federal NDP says or does. Our fight is with Danielle Smith and the separatist UCP. Albertans deserve a better government and we are here to be that better government. Yeah, and so here's Jeremy Apple just also pointing out, boasting about building pipelines in the year of our Lord 2026 is not pragmatic and is profoundly ideological. Because here's Naheed talking about those pipelines.
Gas. And here's what I know. You don't get to be mayor of Calgary for 11 years without knowing a little bit about oil and gas. And here's what I know. Conservatives over the last 4 decades, despite all their bluster, have built precisely 0 miles of pipeline to Tidewater.
We're going to build more pipelines because we're the leftist party that cares about the environment and land rights.
You Democrats got one built. Scoreboard's here. You don't get to be mayor of Calgary for 11 years without...
So despite Naheed's response to his winning, David Dill quote tweeted this out. Avi's like, no, we need to unify. And so the media are pointing to Avi as being divisive. Listen to what is this exchange and then try telling me who exactly is being divisive in all of this.
When it comes to Naheed, I want Naheed Nenshi to be the next premier of Alberta. We must get rid of Danielle Smith, and Naheed Nenshi has stood up for trans kids and stood up for workers against the unreasonable use of the notwithstanding clause, and I'm utterly devoted to Naheed's victory. Despite the fact that he's not a member of the federal party, we are still New Democrats in spirit, in soul, and in fundamental values. When it comes to...
He's so divisive. I want the NDP in Alberta to win. Oh my God, that's such a divisive statement there. Oh, how dare you be so divisive? Avi, how dare you support an NDP, a provincial NDP that you might not agree with 100%. Oh, that's yeah, so divisive. But also Saskatchewan is upset. Jake just saying there is a concerted effort by petty losers to backstab the rightful winner of the NDP leadership contest. Avi won. He's your leader. Respect that or leave. From the Saskatchewan NDP to the newly elected Avi Lewis, the position you have taken when it comes to natural resource development are ideological and unrealistic. I'm sorry, but if you're that hung up on oil and all that, who exactly is being ideological about it? Because by saying we need to end it, that's being realistic. That is about thinking about the world and not just yourself. If you want oil and all that sort of stuff to keep on going, that's being ideological and thinking just about yourself. So yeah. I will meet you when you publicly reverse your positions on these issues. So on November 20th, 25, you said that you are unequivocally opposed to any new fossil fuel development, including LNG. Good. You have doubled down on those positions in media interviews this weekend. Good. Your approach has only taken aim at the resource, but the people who work at these sectors and ignores the realities, not only in this province, but across the countries. Wanting these pipelines and stuff is ignoring the reality of climate change and the fact that we're making this world uninhabitable. Anyway. We don't need to see the rest. And it's like, it's not shocking that these are coming out of conservative provinces because there the NDP is like, oh, well, we have to cede ground to the conservatives in some of these things so that we can get their votes, as opposed to actually being like boldly unequivocally progressive. So Rachel Gilmore was just tweeting somebody saying, this pundit and columnist class meltdown from folks who have never supported the NDP honestly suggests to me that the NDP is doing something significant that's worth paying attention to. Those who defend power tend to screech the loudest when power is genuinely threatened. And she was quote tweeting Propagandoff, who said the entirety of Canada's media class have been having a collective meltdown about the NDP for the past 48 hours, and that brings me a lot of joy. Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, it's good. It's nice. It's nice to see all of the establishment media and pundits being like, I'm worried about this guy. The same way people were saying that about Zoran Mandami. I love to see it. I love to see it. It's nice to have a win for a change. Instead of saying, thank you for sharing an incredible clip of someone saying we need to prioritize the suffering of people being genocided. He sounds well-spoken, empathetic, and on the right side of history. He seems like a great guy. Where can I vote for him? And so Jesse Brown, who is editor and publisher of Canada Land, which kind of sucks because that's a cool name, Canada Land, but complete and utter fucking Zionist, says, and he's upset. He says, reminder that Avi Lewis, leader for the federal NDP, believes anti-Semitism is just a narrative forced by the Israel lobbyists and that Jews are cartoonish narcissists, perpetrators, supremacists, and cry bullies who urgently must be made uncomfortable. If you're a Zionist, yeah.
The Israel lobby, as Zionist groups, are trying to force the narrative that the government of BC has some kind of anti-Semitism problem, which is very problematic. We have to distinguish for people. It's urgent that being made uncomfortable is part of a democratic society. The cry bully thing, the victim perpetrator, it's the my suffering blots out the world. My suffering, it triumphs over everything else. My suffering is all that I can see. And the fact that you are not stopping everything you're doing and just checking in with me and my suffering when genocide is being committed in my name, right? Like the exceptionalism leads to this cartoonish narcissism of supremacy of Jewish suffering over all other suffering.
Thank you for sharing that clip. It was really good. So here we have the serfs pointing out Avi Lewis is Jewish and was standing alongside MP Leah Gazan, daughter of Dutch Holocaust survivor. Yet because they're all anti-Zionist, the pro-Israel lobby attacks are coming day one. And from CIJA, Canada's APAC. Whew. I haven't read this one yet, but let's see what CIJA has to say about this. In response to the election of Avi Lewis as the leader of the New Democratic Party, NDP, Rachel Cherkoff, Senior Vice President, Community Engagement, and Richard Marceau, Senior Vice President, Strategic Initiatives and General Counsel, Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, issued the following statement. Today, the New Democratic Party elected Avi Lewis as its leader. We are left with a deep sense of sadness. Rachel's uncle ran for provincial arm of the NDP in 1963. He believed, as so many Canadian Jews of his generation did, that the Democratic left was a natural home for the community that had faced persecution. It is hard to imagine that he would recognize the party today. The two of us, along with other concerned Jewish and allied activists, have spent years at the table with the NDP leaders, staff, and members. We engaged in good faith and made the case that protecting Jewish Canadians from hatred is not partisan but fundamental. The hope we had that these leaders could bring themselves back from the brink is now exhausted. This weekend's convention was a stark reminder of how far the party has drifted from its roots as the voice of Canada's working class and trade union movement. Canadian Jews helped build the movement. Today, many are made to feel they no longer belong in it. At a time when anti-Semitism has reached a crisis, the NDP has become a hostile place for the vast majority of Jewish Canadians who want to fight for progressive values. Okay, let's just say, if you're a Zionist, go the fuck away. Like, don't let actually, I'd like to see the door hit you on the way out. If you are Jewish and you're upset that Avi is acknowledging a genocide that Israel is committing, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, we don't want you. We don't want you. So, 94% of Jewish Canadians support the existence of a state of Israel, yet have been pushed out. Avi Lewis is himself Jewish, and we respect his family's history in this party. But Jewish identity is not a shield against accountability. When a leader declares that Zionism is inseparable from ethnic cleansing, he is not engaging in a legitimate party critique. He is telling Jewish Canadians that a core part of their identity is illegitimate. That is exclusion. Actually, you see, part of the problem you have here is saying that Zionism and Jewish is tied together, because not all Jewish people are Zionists and not all Zionists are Jewish people. So you can criticize Zionism without criticizing Jews. That's, if you're putting them together, then that's a you problem. On the eve of this convention, rabbis from across the community issued a clear call. They warned that Jewish members feel increasingly alienated and that anti-Zionism is being used as a cover for anti-Semitism, and that the NDP space are becoming unsafe for Jewish and all Canadians with mainstream views. Get to that in just a second. We have said before and repeat now that the criticism of Israeli government policy is legitimate. But there is a line between criticism and the systematic delegitimizing of Jewish identity. Jewish identity is not the same thing as Zionism. That line has been crossed repeatedly. Today, it was crossed again without ambiguity. We will hold Avi Lewis, as we hold every public leader, accountable. But we will not pretend today is anything other than what it is, a painful rupture, decades in the making, with dangerous implications for our community and all Canadians. Cry more. And then somebody just like, I'm old enough to remember when Thomas Mulcair and Jack Layton led the NDP. I didn't agree with many of their policy planks, but they weren't hysterical far-left lunatics. Witness the new batch of leadership candidates. My ears are bleeding from listening to their insane ideas. And Jeremy Apple, just tweeting out this guy's profile, dedicated to using my time on X to discredit the worst federal government of our lifetimes. The truth will set us free. Bring it home, PR. Yeah. So guy who has no interest in being part of the party, doesn't like who the leader is. Oh, this is the quote that I was looking for. This is bad for your cause, says guy who hates you and your cause. That's the quote that I was looking for earlier. Might quickly check to see if there's any other fun things to go over. Before I do that, do this. Thank you so much, Not Really Rachel Atwood, for the $2 super chat. How long till they call Avi the wrong kind of Jew? I think they already did in that one. Yeah, Yeah. If the CIJA doesn't like you, you're probably my kind of people. Let's see. Actually, I can just go back to the screen here. Let's see if there's been anything new that's fun in Twitter about this. It's nice to see it. David Dole saying, sad to see Alberta and Saskatchewan NDPs be so incredibly divisive. Avi Lewis won, clear mandate, and the leaders in every other province, including the most popular in Wabcanoe, are on board. I'm going to give that a like. Well, why don't I just show you my scroll through Twitter? So the serfs, so here we have Jason Kenney, former premier of Alberta, Conservative. No Canadian flag, but a flag of a non-existent state that is raison d'être of a banned terror group like Hamas. But they regard Canada as illegitimate settler state characterized by white supremacy and genocide. Tommy Douglas must be rolling over in his grave. Yeah, because they're waving a Palestinian. Ooh, that's a... Thank you for sharing that. Waving that Palestinian flag there. And the serfs just say, you've got the flag of a foreign nation committing a genocide next to your username. That would be that one right there. Mm-hmm. So somebody's saying the scale of Lewis's victory confirms what I've suspected all along. Yes, he's mobilized lots of new people, but he's always had plenty of support a long time. And nominee New Democratic really isn't the basically saying he's not the divisive figure some have tried to cast him as. Yeah, the NDP membership has spoken loudly and clearly. A record number of votes for a candidate who starts the first day as leader with a huge mandate, flanked by the most popular premier in Canada. Rachel also attacking Jason Kenney, saying Palestine is a non-existent state. Beyond being gross and racist, this is factually incorrect. 157 of 193 UN member states recognize the state of Palestine, including Canada. Makes you wonder what other facts Kenney will ignore for his preferred politics. Concerning. Yeah, my algorithms are turning out nicely in my Left of the Box Twitter account. Oh, Lewis addressing his victory. Oh, I haven't heard this. His victory party.
I just want to speak to the three people that I don't know.
That is way too quiet. Sorry. Won't be able to hear it. And I don't have any volume control on it because it got taken away. Yeah, if you want a party that will stop selling weapons to Zionists, the NDP are proudly seeking your vote. And Yiping was actually at the convention. He's been on a flotilla to Gaza. Anyway, back to the main shot. Okay. Just checking. Well, I'll make sure I'm not missing any super chats. Okay. Got all of that. Okay. Just checking. Let's see. I'm looking at my TYT essay part of it that I have open. You see, this TYT essay is so massive that in my video editing program, I can't have all of it in one instance because it's that big. There's so many files and stuff into it. And then once I'm done ordering all the montages and stuff like that, I'm literally going to have to render it. So that's one video that I can then use to chop up and edit into my... It is insane. The amount of detail I'm putting into this is absolutely insane. But you have to be crazy in order to do what I'm doing. Let's see. Well, I have a short little thing that I put together about Glenn Greenwald that I could show because I have gotten a good number of super chats. But if I get a bit more super chats, because that's about, yeah, I don't want to go too long. I'll show a bigger segment. The Marjorie Taylor Greene one is it's up to like 10 minutes, so I don't know if I'll show that one, but I can show if I get a bit more super chats, I'll show the Glenn Greenwald and the Tommy Lahren segment part that oh, that's like 10 minutes too. Never mind, that's a bit long. Let's see. I can definitely show the Glenn. Let me know in the SandBox if you're interested in seeing the Glenn Greenwald little bit that I put together. The Marjorie Taylor Greene one is a bit too long for a sneak peek, I think, because it's like 10 minutes without me speaking. But let me know if you're interested in that, and I will check the SandBox for comments on what we just saw, the fun that we were having. Got your back, girl says, yes, I thought Davis did really well. Yeah, he did. He really, yeah, he really, I have featured him on my channel before because he's always been good, but he really owned it, you know, being interim leader. Grand Theft Autobot. Hockey joke, Canadians get it. Ha 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 ha. Also saying announcer. And here he comes, going for the joke. He shoots, he scores. Real John Litham. Wait, is he saying knobhead? It wouldn't surprise me. That's Canadian. It's Canadian. Super Strike 9, Sandy Facts, getting off oil is the present and the future. Super Strike 9, LOL, love the serious voice. That's like my announcer voice. So I have like a news reporter voice, but that would be like some sort of announcer voice. I also have my Karen voice. Bad Lefty, the food is awful and the portions are too small energy. Have a good night, Super Strike 9. Real John Litham. Get better at this someday. Someday. I wish I just had like an automated thing for this, but here we go. Thank you so much, John Litham, for the $4.99 super chat and the hype hippo. That's cute. I really appreciate it. Yes, we're going to get a sneak peek. We're going to get a sneak peek. Okay, I'll show you the sneak peek. It's Glenn Greenwald. Now, I decided to throw in Glenn Greenwald because as I, you know, stay up to date with what TYT is doing, I tune in every now and then, and I was just like, how the fuck is Glenn Greenwald being co-host? What? Okay, so I have to pull up my script. So reminder that when I'm doing this is like, you know, the part of the movie you're seeing behind the scenes before when it's like green screen and they're all wearing the pajamas and with the dots on it and stuff. Like the script hasn't been smoothed out or anything. And it's going to be very like cutting over it type thing, but I just need to get to the proper part in my script. Okay, so let's do this, and hopefully I can pause it and stuff at the right points. And the volume isn't necessarily matched up, so it might be all over the place with volume, but you know, we'll see. So where is it? There we go. This one. So I have to go back here to, is it this? No, not this one. Okay. So to my script, I say. So we just saw how Cenk and Anna have done a 180 with their editorial choices covering AOC and MTG. And before you say, yeah, but, yes, Cenk and Anna will do an occasional story of how AOC is doing good now and MTG is doing bad, just like they used to do the reverse of way back when. What I showed you is representative of the bigger trend you'll see if you search their channel. MTG is far from the only right-wing figure Cenk and Anna have flipped on. Reigning Jubilee champion, Mehdi, was right in his assessment of AOC and MTG. I wonder if, for foreshadowing purposes, he said anything about Glenn Greenwald. Oh, he has? And this is the tweet that you're seeing here. People like Glenn Greenwald and other MAGA partisans are the reason we're in this war because they told us Trump was anti-war and now they pretend they had nothing to do with it. If there's one thing about Glenn, he's become thoroughly dishonest, inconsistent, and hopes no one will remember his previous opposite position. Some of us do remember. We keep receipts. Cha-ching! I wonder, did Cenk and Anna ever hold a similar view on Glenn? Cha-ching!
Tucker Carlson has many apologists, and unfortunately, Glenn Greenwald, who's a regular on his program, happens to be one of them. Now, the Buffalo shooter who gunned down 10 innocent individuals and injured 3 others at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, believed in white replacement theory, the idea that people of color and immigrants are coming into the country and having a lot of kids to replace white people. And one of the individuals who spews that garbage on his show on a regular basis is Tucker Carlson.
So, Tucker Carlson bad, you say? Hold that thought. We'll be getting to him later on. Not right now. This is in the script because there's a huge montage about Tucker Carlson. Anyway.
Now, to run interference for Tucker Carlson is Glenn Greenwald with this statement. There are fundamental and glaring differences between the animating views of the New Zealand and Buffalo shooters and Fox hosts. But even if there weren't, exploiting corpses as they still lie on the ground for mob justice is ghoulish, soulless, and sick, he argues.
You're ghoulish, soulless, and sick.
100%.
You want to distract from people, Glenn, when they're actually mad and want to do something about it. Say, oh, let's come back to it 2 days or 2 weeks later, full well knowing, Glenn, that they're not going to come back to it, and your mission is going to be accomplished, which is shh.
Exactly.
Racist white right-wing culture is awesome, right, Glenn? Freedom of speech, go get him, big guy. That's what you goddamn thing. And that's why you say, oh, no, when we're guilty, shush, 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 shush. And all of a sudden he brings back a shooter, the one shooter from the left, and talks about it for page after page after page. Because remember, the dozens of right-wing murderers in the country that are mass shooters, the synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, El Paso, Texas, when they shot Latinos, almost all about the great replacement theory. But shh, Glenn doesn't want you talking about that. Talk about the one left-wing shooter. Distraction, squirrel. I gotta protect my beloved Tucker Carlson. That's how I make money.
And just for a lark, I'm going to put this at 2 speed. And in this program, it's super funny what happens.
You're
Pathetic, Glenn. Pathetic. He's just going back to his roots of defending Nazis, which is exactly what he did as a lawyer for Matthew Hale, a Nazi. That's what he does. And, you know, he had a brief moment of clarity in his life. Maybe he decided, let me go toward wanting to protect people's civil liberties through the reporting I do. But that wasn't really who he was, right? He decided to go right back into the defending Nazis category with his
work.
Sorry, I love that, and I'm actually adding that in as a sound effect to some things because it's funny when I put it in 2-speed. It raises the pitch, but harsh words. I miss that kind of passion from them being directed at appropriate targets. They claim Glenn was defending Nazis, so I would imagine, based on their principles, they would never play nice with Glenn.
Welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur and Glenn Greenwald with you guys tonight. Yeah, if you're wondering, hey, does Anna look a little different? No, it's actually Glenn. It's so great to have you here, Glenn.
It's really great to be here, Cenk, be back on the Young Turks. I was joking that I've been on so many panels, Piers Morgan panels with Anna, that I can now channel her, I think, quite well, and I'm maybe even coming for her job. So thanks for having me. I'm really looking forward to it.
I appreciated that joke. So did Anna, by the way. She retweeted it, knowing that her safe is her seat is the safest seat in media.
I know that. We all know that.
All right. So Glenn's going to host with me for the first hour.
For the first hour? Oh, maybe it's a one-off.
When it comes to questions of US foreign policy, someone who has always been on point, who has done extensive reporting and has tended to be correct, is journalist Glenn Greenwald. He's the host of System Update, a longtime friend of the show, and is active again on Substack if you want to subscribe to his work. And luckily, we have Glenn with us today. Welcome, Glenn.
Great to be with you, Anna. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
My, how things have changed. And Tommy Lahren is actually fairly long. Oh, did I finish it though? Okay, let me just check. I did. Yeah, they seem to have flipped around on Glenn. Let's see. So we got that hype. So let's see. So that's at 16. So that's about 8 minutes long for the Tommy Lahren part. How did that one get so long? Oh, probably because I'm showing a lot of before stuff on how they were talking about her. Let's see. Looney Tunes, oh my fucking God, I remember this. This essay is going to be a walk down memory lane like nobody's business. Like, it's just, you're going to be reminded of so many things. So many things. Let me just open up this one here, see if there's something in here that's like closer to 5 minutes. Let's see. That. Right, okay. Should talk to the other side. Actually, where is that in the script? Maybe I can show that. And then it's 34. Okay, so that's like 6 minutes, I think. Okay, so I have another one that I think I can share that's not too long. Or there's the Charlie Kirk one. That leads into that. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here. Well, why don't I do the beer one? I'll do the beer one. I'll do the beer one. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where's the beer? Where's the beer? There we go. I'm going to start from there. Oh, just want to finish reading the super chats. Or chats. They're all super to me. Bad Lefty, that has got to be a filter. It's funny when I speed it up. I have to find parts that will sound funnier, like are more akin to like speeding it up in there, because I have actually done it at one point, but there might be more points where it's funny to speed it up and you hear the higher voice. But it's just in my video editing program, when it speeds it up, it also raises the pitch, as opposed to like YouTube, when you speed it up, it keeps the pitch at the same. So it's like the chipmunks, you know. Real and John Lithium, aniseed is the safest in media. PPD would say otherwise. Bad Lefty, oh, how the tables have turned. The Wild West, the Young Turncoats, yeah. B-Cat, I didn't realize they were glazing him now, but I'm unsurprised about Glenn, yeah. The Wild West going to be epic exposure for sure, yeah. Okay, so let's go back to... There we go. I get my script up. So, I had no issues with Jank's debate with David Duke. I have no issues, and so this is in regards of him saying that we bitch whenever he wants to go on stage with the right-winger. I have no issues when Jank and Anna go on Piers Morgan to call out Israel. It's when they attack the left, often unprompted, that we have issues. Or when Jank bids us to play nice with people who believe we're subhuman and want to see my community eliminated.
The 3 rules I laid down for the internet, I laid them down. I suggested for the internet if people...
And just for your entertainment, I'm going to speed this up.
People like them, both for the
right and left wing is when we disagree, we fight. Afterwards, we have a beer together. And number 3 is when we agree, we unite. So you got to know what to convince the American people of and what to hold your ground on. And the number 1 thing to hold your ground on is constitutional rights. So I'm going to do some, like the Second Amendment. So, no, I know. So guys, look at that. We totally disagree on that issue, but we just... You were asking for that one, I'm sorry. No problem. No, but look, but that was an important moment, because we totally disagree on that issue, but we just shook hands anyway. And you know what we'll do afterwards? We'll have a beer! So, you know what it is when you disagree on something, and then you fight about it, and then you have a beer afterwards? That's called America! So when we disagree, we
fight. And the good news is...
But I don't want to get a beer with someone who thinks that I should, go into septic shock instead of be attended by a physician.
Yeah, so I know that this is the thought that's breaking a lot of people's minds, but you should.
You should, I say. I will not have a beer with people I wouldn't feel safe leaving my drink unattended with. But these are the kind of people Jank is trying to play nice with, and I'm sure he's extremely consistent and, sorry, what's that? So Cenk is telling all of us that we should have a beer with people we don't like, but listen to him bitch about somebody he doesn't like.
So why am I against Laura Loomer? Because
she's on the right, she's MAGA, she's Trump, etc. No, Laura, look, I come from a Muslim background. You call yourself a proud Islamophobe. Okay, you say that no Muslim should be able to hold political office. I ran for political office. You say that you wouldn't use a Muslim business like an Uber driver or a Lyft driver if there's a Muslim immigrant driving. I'm a Muslim immigrant. So what do you want me to say, Laura? Oh, Laura's so lovely. She'd like to ban people like me, and she hates people like me. Am I supposed to be open and warm and loving to you? No, I need you to go and F off, and super hard, okay?
If somebody pays me $1,000, I will do all of Cenk's voice in this during the video essay.
So if you say, oh no, I should get to punch you in the face politically
and rhetorically, but you should kiss my ass. My answer to that is hell no. Hell no, okay? So if you don't like me, good. I don't give a damn. And I'm not here for friends. I'm not here for positions or status. I'm not here to be, oh my God, Donald, come along with me. Oh, can I come on your trips? I don't give a damn about Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. I'm here for policy, bitch, okay? And policy means fighting for the average American, for the higher wages, for their health care, for paid family leave, anti-war, money out of politics. And I don't get into the drama of who looks better and who doesn't, who's gonna kiss up to Donald Trump more and who's gonna kiss up less, and who's getting the cash? Who's getting the cash? Go chase after whatever the hell you want. But we're in the policy business here. And until you get your head out of your ass, I don't give a damn what you think.
What's the matter, Cenk? Tap ran dry? Don't want to have a beer with her, But speaking of consistency, let's go back and examine Cenk's line about not sharing the stage with the Nazi. That would be reasonable. It makes him sound good to say it. But does he live that principle? Cenk was more than happy to be on stage at TPUSA with Charlie, a Nazi in all but name. Well, this ad was airing. Notice the price point. I've worked in retail. 0.88 is uncommon. Let's go back there. 0.88 is an uncommon price point. It's almost as if TPUSA was trying to communicate something to their audience. Why not let Cenk shine some light on the meaning?
Why $14.88? That seems like a curious figure. And why is he even sending her money? And by the way, she's Jewish. The 1488, known to be a combination of digits popularly used by white supremacists and neo-Nazis. 14 to represent the infamous 14 words, a mantra about securing a future for white children. And 88 to represent Heil Hitler.
A code used by neo-Nazis, you say? Well, maybe it was an embarrassing oversight. You know, sometimes people aren't paying attention to unintended messages that can be put into corporate advertising. Oh, sorry. What's that?
The exact time Cenk criticized leftists for calling right-wing Nazis, TPUSA played ads featuring the number 1488, a white supremacist / Nazi symbol.
Oh yeah, that's the MyPillow ad. They run ads where there's a sale on their products for $14.88, which is a very random number to sell something for. And I would like to add that it's very interesting that I've come across these same ads like on Facebook and stuff, and in those ads, the marketed price is $14.98. So they 100% know what they're doing. They're altering the ad for mainstream platforms so they don't get in trouble or, get any bad, rap from a mainstream audience. But they're airing the $14.88 ads specifically to on like right-wing platforms and events. Like, you don't do that by accident.
They know exactly who their audience is.
If you're on stage, a podcast, or any event and find out Nazi symbolism was being used by the sponsor and you say nothing, it's an endorsement, which is odd because Cenk hates being referred to as a Nazi. And then there is a super fun montage about that you'll have to wait for. Unless I get a $20 super chat and then you can see the Nazi montage, which is super short, but would definitely be worth it. Let's see. Hello, Morbius. You came just in time for some sneak peeks. Really? Thank you so much, La Wild West, for the $20 super chat. Super appreciate it. I guess you want to see the Nazi montage. Like I said, it's super short, but my God, it's fun. And it comes right after this, what I just showed you. So let me go back here. And I'll redo the last little sentence I did. So, if you're on stage, a podcast, or any event and find out Nazi symbolism was being used by the sponsors and you say nothing, it's an endorsement, which is odd because Jank hates being referred to as a Nazi.
What I've gotten used to is folks who are other online hosts or influencers, etc., one having extreme positions, and if anyone disagrees, calling them a Nazi.
When you get all these crazy people online who are like, oh my God, if you don't agree to free surgeries for every trans person on planet Earth, you're a fucking Nazi.
The far left then swarms. How dare you, you right-winger, you Nazi, fascist, racist.
When people on the left disagree, can we just call it a disagreement instead of saying somebody's a grifter, somebody's a Nazi, somebody's this, somebody's that?
Well, hold on. When I say cut that crap out, and they're like, oh, we're the victims. Oh, wait, I just said you were a grifter and that you're lying to people and you're cheating people. And I said you might be a Nazi and you're definitely a right winger. The minute I disagree, like 5% on trans issues or crime, everybody's like, right wing, fascist, right wing, right wing, right wing. Almost every show is saying that. Almost every show.
Okay, I mean, I got called a Nazi and a Nazi collaborator. Some have called me Nazi.
When Anna and I said, yeah, we don't agree with those, for example, those three things, right? People said, no, you're a right winger, you're a traitor. Some said Nazi. And that's ironically now the left wing shows are doing the same thing as the right wing shows did. Show 15-second clip and go, when you see a slight disagreement there, oh, that's it, he's a Nazi, he's fascist, etc. Listen, I got nothing but love for everyone, okay? So if you want to think that like talking to a right winger is selling out or not yelling Nazi at them is selling out, okay, you do you, boo.
They're like, we're the left, we're the real left. Okay, we are super extreme. We want free surgeries for every criminal. Yes, we're the left. And then, oh, Nazi, 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 Nazi.
Nazi!
As of yet, Jank has not provided evidence, not a clip or a post, of any left-wing show or host calling him a Nazi. I would imagine now, after years of Jank throwing his jacket down over the bullshit for the Nazis to step over, that there are some leftists out there who have referred to Jank as a Nazi. Let's just say he had to work hard to earn that recognition. I hope you enjoyed that, La Wild West. I'll just get back to the SandBox. Bad lefty in defense of Jank. Charlie hasn't said anything racist in months now. Laura Doomer says Looney Tunes. Yeah, I saw Francesca on Leftist Mafia. I believe I even took a clip from it. John Davis, the young chipmunks. Not really Rachel Atwood. Shane called himself an ex-Muslim for decades until his new pivot, which is all about identity politics. I have a montage about that in the first part with his back and forth and his falling out with Francesca. I've actually included that there. Soul Life also saying, by the way, I think today is the 200th day Charlie Kirk hasn't said anything racist. Well, you see, Looney Tunes, I couldn't speed that one because that one is where I intentionally have that one small section sped up for comedic value. John Lytham has the patience of a saint. Jet, Franny's face, she looks so sad. Looney Tunes, Francesca kicked ass in her debate. I watched it, yeah. Soul Life, Jake trying to earn that chorus money and failing. Synonymous, Avi said, in a country, if you can't work, you're not abandoned in speech. Yeah, I did catch that. That's why I did add that he slightly touched on the issue of people with disabilities in it, but it would have been nice if it was more direct. The Wild West, loved the montage. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Jet, great work on the montage. Morbius, I guess he did not see it coming. Okay, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Oh, not really. Rachel Atwood, I saw Francesca at the Battle House in Brooklyn in October. We took a selfie. Oh, nice. Looney Tunes, why haven't you shared this yet? What, you mean my montages? It's all part of the big essays. Yeah, so I'm currently working on right-wingers that they flipped on. So it's the, if I call this one essay, it's broken up into several parts. So the first part is about reaching out to the TYT audience, how they're victims of fraud. There was a back and forth between a couple people on Twitter that I both knew and how they were attacking each other, but then also how Jake and Anna very disingenuously talked about that on the show and totally lied about one of them. And one of the people involved in that back and forth had mentioned to me that they don't like seeing anyone bullied or lied about. And so then my kind of thought is, then if you don't like that sort of thing, then why support Jake and Anna? Because they are bullies and liars and all this sort of stuff. And it leads into, at that point, it leads into how they flipped on their audience, the mods, guest hosts. So there's like David Dole, Lance from the Surfs, contributors or people part of the network like Mike Figueiredo, Bonnie, Ben Dixon, Mondale, Cosmopolitics, and it ends with the falling out between Francesca and Jank. And then almost in its own montage and video essay, is the relationship between TYT versus MR, so Cenk and Anna versus Sam and Emma, and just how it started, their falling out, some of the things that I discovered while I was doing that. And it's super long segment. And then it goes into some of these other parts. Did I close that one? So part 3 is just talking about like who Cenk will and won't share stage with. Some people that he's given highlights to, like Dr. Phil, right-wingers that he's kind of tried to like sanitize the reputation of. You know, people have tried talking to Cenk, but he won't talk with us. Most likely after what happened with Olaimi on his show, and I have clips from that. And then it goes into like the beer and the Nazis and all that sort of stuff. And then it's, let's see, share stage with, giving credit to right-wing shows when he won't give that same type of credit to people on the left. Even brings up Ben Glebe at this point. And I have a very passionate take on what they should do with my content on Rebel HQ. And then it leads into, you know, we've already seen how they've done a 180 on people that they were in agreement with. Well, here's the 180 that they've done with right-wingers type thing. So then after that, there's going to be things that they have lied about, things that they were just wrong about, but keep on claiming that they're right about. And then sketchy money issues. And then kind of like the wrap up. So yeah, a lot. Hello, Manoop. Looney Tunes, Bundale quit TYT live on clickbait political thirst trap like 2 years ago. I watched that live. Yeah. Trip down memory lane is what this will be. Ben Glebe, yeah, someone who gets paid by TYT. Morbius, I wonder if Cenk would let the damage report disconnect from TYT. I think it would be awesome. Not a chance. Not a chance. Okay. I am going to wrap things up. Like I said, I've actually decided to crack down on myself and split up my live streams so that I'm not doing 5 or 6 hours long live streams at one go. This one's already over 4 hours. And I'm also starting earlier in the evening so I have time to decompress and unwind, because I'm actually setting my alarm to get up in mornings and start my day and be more productive. And it's working. And if you like what you just saw of the TYT montages and stuff, you'll definitely want me to finish that work. But please check out my other YouTube channel, Sandy Lovis. I'll eventually add more content to it. I'm consumed with the TYT essay right now because I've crossed that threshold of anxious to work on it versus anxious when I'm not working on it. So, yeah, I've crossed that threshold, so I definitely want to get more work in on it, because I kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's very faded, but it's there. As to finishing the initial draft of the essays, that said, once the initial draft is done, it's still not done. Because then I have to go back, review the script, smooth things out, make sure everything still aligns, make sure that the narrative is up to date, because it's been so long since I've worked on the first part. I want to make sure that there's consistency in what I'm saying, make sure that there's consistency in graphics, and yeah. And so once the initial draft is done, even if I work on it regularly, it's still going to be a couple weeks before I even start filming myself. So, yeah. So Life Allison banned a several years old chatter for not following the TYT core values when he was criticizing TYT. Like Allison, no TYT no longer follows the core values. Yeah, dingus. Morbius, Ben Glebe was the reason I stopped watching the TYT main show. Looney Tunes, I saw that. It will be added. Because it fits in nicely with my AOC versus MTG segment that I had just finished. That and now we'll be adding that little call out that Anna did. Yeah. It was nice. It was, or not Anna did, that AOC did to Anna. So that will be added into the MTG versus AOC. Oh, but again, some of the clips that I found, my God, you have to be insane to pull off what I'm pulling off with this. Absolutely insane. But yeah, so tomorrow, 5 p.m., I'll be doing another news live stream focusing on like provincial news, Doug Ford primarily, as well as queer-related news and some other odds and ends stories that I feel are important to cover. And then Wednesday is this space. It also happens to be January 1st or April 1st. See, my brain is fried. It also happens to be April 1st, the next time I'm on this space. You're going to want to check it out. I'm just saying, you're really going to want to check it out. I'll probably end up clipping it too and putting it on my channel. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming out. I hope you enjoyed the show, as bad as some of the news was, but you know, we ended kind of on fun stuff. Please follow me on all of these and all of these. But I really need people to follow me on all of these because my Left of the Box accounts are much smaller than my Sandy Lovis accounts. Also, please do buy my book because when I release the video essays, I'm going to be making some slight changes to the last chapter and also adding in some reader's notes, which means if you have a copy of it now, it's going to be a collector's edition. This is going to be like, you know, a collector's thing if you have the version with the last chapter as is. So if you want to have that collector's edition, you need to buy it now because when it changes, it's not going to be changed back. Just saying. Oh, right. I should check to see if there's anyone live right now that I want to raid. Usually on a Sunday evening this late, not usually. Is there somebody live that I regularly watch? Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone. Tomorrow, though, there might actually be somebody that I regularly watch who will still be live when I sign off for the night. Yeah, okay, just doing another check. YouTube has changed things again. I hate it. With the way things look. My autistic brain loves consistency, so I hate when they just even change like the little triangles now to point out how many people have viewed the video and whatnot. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing anything live right now. So, Looney Tunes, looks like you'll be compete with Carlos and A Difficult Truth tomorrow. There's just too much leftist content out there. That's all it is, which is good. There's good. Okay, so yeah. So I'll be doing probably starting at 5 p.m. Eastern for the second part of this news live stream, which I think I just need to split into two. So thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you for the very generous super chats and member subscription buyers and stuff. I really appreciate it. It helps my channel survive. Also, if you become a Patreon, that would help. purchasing things off my wish list, all that sort of stuff. You know, if you're here still now, you know all of this, and I appreciate you all. Thank you to the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds, and yeah, again, just thank you so much, everyone who. Oh, Owen's fireside chat is live. I don't know if I am subscribed to his fireside. Because I know Owen Morgan. Is it under his Telltale? Or Morgan? 11 more. Oh, here we go. Fireside chat. I've seen some of his stuff. I like it. Okay. Well. Oh, I thought I was subscribed to that channel. Okay. I'll see if he is rateable. And I'll send you over to Fireside Chat. Jet, wait, I can't order the book anymore? No, you can. You can. No. If you order it now, you're going to have a collector's edition, is what I'm saying, because I'm going to be changing it before the TYT essays come out. The last chapter and stuff, I'm going to be making some tweaks. But if you order it now, you'll basically have a collector's edition. So it's available. It's available. Okay, so let's see if I can set this up for Owen's Fireside Chat. And no, we're not talking about Owen Jones here. It's Owen Morgan. Let's see. Redirect ad. Search. I don't know if he is
Publicly
rateable.
humiliated.
Oh, he doesn't have redirect yeah, so I can't. Yeah, he doesn't have redirect stuff going on in his stuff, so I can't raid him. Anyway. Yes, Groove Dragon, you have a collector's edition. Owen Jones is fucking cool. Anyway. No, Owen Morgan. Chat. Okay, phew, I just asked a digital copy of the alternate ending so I can decide which one I like better. It's going to be the ending is the same. You'll understand when you read it. The ending's the same, just some tweaking of language. Anyway, oof, it's 2:30 in the morning in the UK. Thank you everyone for coming out, and I'll see some of you tomorrow. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.